You like sunny weather in spring, and well, guess what? There's more to come tomorrow. If anything, slightly warmer, all thanks to this chunky area of high pressure dominating our weather, allowing the sun to do its thing and warm things up day by day. There is a weak weather front across the far north of Scotland. It's not been sunny here all day. Quite a bit of cloud, and that cloud thick enough for a little bit of drizzly rain to return to Shetland through the early hours. But elsewhere, it's a dry night, maybe a little misty. Temperatures dipping away in the east, turning quite cool here down to single figures. But further west, a very warm night actually, particularly parts of Western and North Wales, where we may see temperatures holding in the mid-teens. Pretty unusual for the end of April. There's a bit of a breeze which will continue to blow along the south coast, New Hampshire down to Cornwall, but otherwise the winds are pretty light. Any mist and fog will disappear very rapidly in the morning. Some thicker cloud again over the Western Isles of Scotland and over the Northern Isles. Maybe the odd shower here and there, potentially over Caithness, particularly through the afternoon. But most of Scotland, most of Northern Ireland, England and Wales having another blue sky day tomorrow. And yes, it will be the final day of April, seeing those temperatures lifting higher and higher, probably the warmest day of the year so far, likely to get widely over 20 degrees Celsius. Well, we've got a bit more cloud across northern Scotland, temperatures may be in the teens, but elsewhere, as I say, over 20 degrees, and in the south and southeast, 27. Maybe 28 degrees Celsius. It'll be another warm one in the south on Thursday, but further north a change. A weather front moving in, bringing much more cloud, a little bit of light rain, maybe the odd heavy shower come the afternoon over the far south of Scotland, perhaps northern England. Small chance of a shower across central parts of England and Wales too, but here generally another very warm day, maybe peaking at 29 Celsius, but it will be turning cooler by Thursday across the north.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be driving away with this brand new Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. It comfortably sleeps 4, comes with sky roof, integrated kitchen and bathroom, and is worth over £67,000. And that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that wherever this motorhome takes you, it takes you there in style. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
It's 9 p.m. I'm Patrick Christys. Tonight.
Yeah, are you guys aware that the asylum seekers that you guys have got in the hotel are down by the school taking photographs?
Today, the Prime Minister said no asylum for foreign sex criminals. But why are they even here in the first place? And
willing to do that, then I think, unfortunately, yes, she is letting those girls down.
Jess Phillips is letting working-class white girls down. That's the allegation from Tory MP Katie Lamb, amid calls now for a national grooming gang inquiry. Plus,
this moment on, America's decline is over.
Think you're gambling with World War III.
You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see.
President Trump's first 100 days. I speak to the president's director of counter-terrorism, Sebastian Gorka, and this is tonight's debate. Should male doctors be allowed to examine women's breasts? Also this evening...
Do you?
Chaos. Power outages across Europe. A substation went up in flames here today, just around the corner from this office. M&S has been hacked. Are we on the brink of a British meltdown? And how much of this can you actually take?
My gosh, I work so hard. Not about the grandeur of a gesture. It's about I see you.
Are you in love now more than ever? More than you've ever been?
Yeah.
Is it over yet? Is it over yet? It's done. It's done. Anyway, on my panel tonight, it's columnist and broadcaster Esther Cracker. We've got political commentator and GBNews star Alex Armstrong. And journalist and broadcaster Zoe Grunwald. And in other news, this guy could be the next Pope. Voice of an angel? And can you guess what on earth is happening here? And breaking literally moments ago.
Yo, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want.
I know what you want, what you really, really want. It's a Spice Girls reunion. Yes, apparently that's actually happening. Yeah. Get ready, Britain, here we go. Are we on the brink of a great British meltdown? Next.
Good evening, it's 3 minutes past 9. I'm Katie Bowen in the GB newsroom. A developing story this evening. Police in Sweden say that 3 people have been killed in the city of Uppsala in an apparent shooting. Police are now searching for one suspected perpetrator, a news agency in Sweden is reporting, and a murder investigation has been launched. Authorities have declined to speculate on the motive behind the shooting. A large area has been cordoned off and investigations at the scene are ongoing. We'll bring you any updates throughout the evening. Reform UK has committed to launching a national statutory public inquiry into the grooming gang scandal in its first month of government. Making the party's first legislative pledge, leader Nigel Farage says a national inquiry must happen. Labour peer Maurice Glassman has joined forces with Nigel Farage in a cross-party group to back the parliamentary bill that calls for a statutory inquiry. Lord Glassman said that the British public expect action so the police and other services finally get a grip of this disgrace. GB News also understands that many Labour MPs have given their support to the bill in principle. Elsewhere, a 38-year-old man suspected of carrying out a crossbow attack in Leeds has died, counter-terrorism police has said. Owen Lawrence from Headingley was taken to hospital on Saturday with a self-inflicted wound after 2 women were injured on the Otley Road. Police have now confirmed that he has died in hospital. Police have also confirmed that they are not looking for anyone else in connection with the attack. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair has called for the UK government to change course on climate policy, arguing that the plan to phase out or limit fossil fuels is doomed to fail. He also added that the current climate debate is riven with irrationality. Mr Blair said that Labour should focus less on renewables and more on solutions like carbon capture, adding that people were, quote, being asked to make financial sacrifices and changes in their lifestyle when they know that their impact on global emissions is minimal. Writing in the foreword to a new report, Mr Blair went on to say that net zero was losing public support. And sticking with net zero, Downing Street has said that suggestions that a reliance on renewable energy contributed to blackouts in Spain and Portugal are unfounded claims and speculation. Power supplies have been returning in the two countries after large parts, including the capitals Madrid and Lisbon, were hit by a huge outage yesterday, affecting millions of people. Portugal's grid operator said extreme temperature variations had produced a rare atmospheric phenomenon that caused the cuts. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now let's go back to Patrick.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Is Britain on the brink of a meltdown? Spain and Portugal suffered the worst blackout in living memory in Europe this week. About 55 million people were affected and it lasted more than half a day. Well, just before we get stuck into what's going on here in Britain, we're joined by GB News superstar Ben Leo, live from Madrid. Ben, thank you very much. Could you bring us up to date on what happened there, please?
Yes, good evening, Patrick. Good evening, viewers. We are so back, as they say, here in Madrid. The lights are on, everyone's out partying as if nothing ever happened. Coincidentally, I happen to be at one of the best Irish bars in Madrid as well. I don't know how that happened. What a coincidence. Anyway, we are back. The power is back on, but it was after absolute chaos yesterday. Europe's biggest blackout in history, and we still don't know who done it, as they say. The theories doing the rounds at the moment are cyber attacks, which I think are being ruled out now by the Spanish Prime Minister and indeed the Portuguese, temperature variations, or now the most likely scenario seems to be net zero. Let me tell you why. 20 years ago, Patrick, like most of Europe, Spain's energy grid was powered by mostly fossil fuels. 2 weeks ago, though, 20 years on, they celebrated for the very first time with much applause and fanfare and patting themselves on the back that they'd finally done 1 day of powering the Spanish grid on renewables, so that's solar, hydro and wind. Yesterday, when the lights went out here for tens of millions of people all across the Iberian Peninsula, they were on 55% renewables. The key thing here is a word called inertia. Traditional energy systems that power the grid on fossil fuels produce something called inertia, which allows the system to keep going at times of instability and power cuts and so on. There's a bit of durability behind the system. Solar, though, however, just doesn't have that, doesn't have inertia, and it's more vulnerable to pretty much meltdowns and blackouts. The other interesting thing, Patrick, is Sunday night in the UK, the National Energy System Operator, NESO, it's a British quango that manages our energy grid, they had 2 very mysterious power surges as well. They've still not explained what they were or why they happened, but it came just hours before the chaos here in Spain.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. Try not to get lured into the Irish bar if you can help it. But back here in the UK, there was this bombshell revelation. Britain was hit by 2 unexplained power plant failures just hours before Spain and Portugal went down. The first event began at 2 a.m. with a power failure at a power plant in Lincolnshire, followed by the unexplained failure of the Viking Link interconnector between the UK and Denmark. At around 6 p.m, something similar happened, and we don't know why. Then today, this happened. Oh, OK. Well, an electricity substation in London erupted into flames just weeks after a power substation at Heathrow Airport set on fire. And then Manchester city centre ground to a halt this afternoon with all trams suspended after a power outage. Do you not think that there's something a bit weird going on here? I mean, today the line is this: net zero is to blame. So there we go. Is Britain heading for blackouts. Well, I'm hoping that I might be able to go to an expert on this, the energy analyst at the Institute for Economic Affairs, Andy Mayer. But I tell you what, I think maybe we will just be back with you. Ironically, by the way, given the nature of what we're talking about, there appears to be a couple of technical difficulties. So I think what we might do...
On Thursday, the 1st of May, voters across England go to the polls.
In a series of council elections.
Mayoral elections and one crucial by-election.
They'll vote on the local issues that matter to them and let the parties know where they stand.
We'll be here throughout the night.
Live around the country.
As the first results come in.
And from 6 a.m. on Friday morning, as it all becomes clearer, we'll be here to discuss what it means for you.
Vote 2025, the people decide, from 11 p.m. on Thursday.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. That's State of the Nation every Monday and Tuesday at 8 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Welcome back, everybody. Apologies about the minor technical difficulties there. The irony, of course, being that we were talking about being in front of a full-blown Great British meltdown in light of what's been happening on the continent. But, yes, I'm going to introduce my top panel now. We, of course, have Esther Krakow, Alex Armstrong and Zoe Grunwald here with us. We are discussing this issue about whether or not something a bit weird is going on. We've seen what's happening in Europe. M&S has been hit by hacking, we think. We've had a power station that's just erupted around the corner from here. I know we had some video of that a little bit earlier on. Manchester went down. Yes, that's right, ground to a halt earlier today. I think something slightly strange is going on. People are blaming net zero, Alex, on this, that whether or not we are actually equipped with the technology to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, well, it seems to be the common denominator, doesn't it? I mean, we haven't had blackouts or risks of blackouts for a very, very long time while we've been running on fossil fuels. And it's only since we started doing this shift to net zero, Spain a good example, Portugal a good example, that we're starting to have these weird things going on with our energy supply. I mean, we also know that we haven't got enough of it in this country, enough renewable energy to power the grid as it is. But, you know, Catherine Porter was writing a great piece about this today, saying, you know, the Spanish are blaming this on extreme variations in temperature, but Spanish people are saying, well, it was 22 degrees. You know, it's not 40 degrees.
It's just slightly above room temperature. temperature.
Slightly above room temperature,
Nice.
you know. I mean, Spain is equipped for 40-degree heat. Trust me, I've been there when it's done. It was running perfectly fine then. Catherine Porter also said the more wind and solar in the system, the more unstable it becomes, because I think, as Ben was saying, that inertia thing isn't there. And of course, Tony Blair came out, didn't he? And he said, you know, he doesn't want more of this. But you know, whenever Tony Blair says something, I wonder whether he's trying to prove a point.
Yeah, I think we had the Heathrow generator go down as well. Like I said, we had that power station over there. I really am wondering as to is our infrastructure just knackered? Because it would be disastrous, all right? For 50-odd million people on the continent, they were completely without power. They were plunged into darkness. Traffic lights weren't even working. I mean, that's
not necessarily a bad thing.
This is speeding. But this is something that I think is genuinely very concerning about our lack of infrastructure here in this country.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's twofold. Obviously, what's happened in Portugal and Spain is still under investigation, so we don't actually know. And obviously, the events here as well are still under investigation. However, I think two things that do definitely stand out are poor infrastructure. It's really hard to maintain decent infrastructure. It's quite cost intensive, and when we have politicians saying they don't even want to invest in nuclear because it's too much cost up front, you can see that we don't have a very forward-thinking parliament when it comes to our energy. But also on net zero, the thing about net zero is everyone wants us to have cleaner energy. No one's going to say, actually, I want dirtier energy, yeah. But our energy needs are, the top three things for our energy needs is it has to be plentiful, it has to be cheap, and it has to be reliable. So far, wind and solar are not those things. And when you do invest heavily in wind and solar, you have to have 200% capacity. So you have to have the infrastructure for that, as well as the infrastructure for backup fuel in case it goes down, because the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. And 99% of the time, that is just fossil fuels. So you can either have nuclear or fossil fuels 100% capacity and not have to have extra backup, or you can invest in these expensive, inefficient forms of energy that leave us in vulnerable situations like this.
Well, vulnerable situations, Zoe, I'm seriously wondering whether or not... So the Spanish and the Portuguese, they lived through Ed Miliband's dream, didn't they, really? They celebrated Red Ed's fantasy of a day entirely with just renewable energies, and then a couple of days later they were plunged into total blackouts. Seriously, what do we do if life support gets switched off at hospitals? It becomes a mass casualty event.
Well, I think Esther made a really good point. Is we actually don't know what has caused this. I mean, even the energy experts in Spain are still trying to figure out what the cause is. But I think what this does show, and what is absolutely clear, is there was a failure in the grid somewhere. And we've talked about inertia. Actually, there is inertia in the system because there's inertia from things like nuclear. There's a synthetic inertia which you get from batteries. It seems like the problem is maybe there wasn't enough of that. I don't know. Not an expert. Could be completely wrong.
This won't be hard for you, right? Treat me like an idiot.
I mean,
so yeah,
that is my knowledge of inertia.
Okay.
I'm not an inertia expert.
I was going to say, when people talk about inertia, what do they really mean?
So it's basically like the backup. My understanding, very simple terms, because I am not good at this stuff, but it's like the backup energy supply. So yes, when the sun isn't shining and the wind stops blowing, you'll have backup energy, and that's what you get from oil and gas.
Overestimation of the ability for solar and wind to actually maintain the energy supply that we always need. And so there are questions about, actually, is this the best source? Because it's not cheap. It's very expensive. It's more expensive than traditional forms of energy, but also nuclear and all of that in the long term. And also, it's not as efficient or reliable. So if we're going to have a conversation about cleaner energy, the first conversation is it reliable? Is it affordable? Isn't
the key thing here that we've rushed this?
Yeah.
We have completely rushed into this green agenda. We haven't... Fossil fuels we've been developing over decades and decades and decades.
Yeah.
We have just gone mad in the last 10 years.
This is not progress. This is the thing. It is not progress. When you used to watch those things about what's the home of the future going to be like, and you saw those shows in the 70s,
tin shoeboxes,
or whatever, nowhere did they think that someone was going to come on your television screen looking like Ed Miliband and tell you that, sorry about the lights going off.
And while I agree, countries like China and the US have also seen blackouts, and China obviously moved back to more coal power over the past 5 years or so. So I think what is really clear is there needs to be inbuilt resilience, and that is things like inertia, and that can be synthetic inertia, which can be things like battery storage as well, which I think needs investment.
But can I just say, the great irony of this whole event is, I don't know if you guys have seen the video of the Spanish celebrating, knocking down their nuclear plants. It's just complete irony. And they're all going, we knocked it down, all the green, crazy people.
Yeah.
And now, look, they could have had that as their backup, the same as the Germans did when they knocked down all their power plants. This is the problem.
Well, we don't treat energy like a national security issue, which I find utterly baffling. It's not just about the fact that we don't want to live in darkness like cavemen. It's also You are fundamentally vulnerable if you have nothing to power your country.
We should be incredibly concerned about what we've seen on the continent, the fact that, as people have said several times, we still don't really know what it was. First it was hacking, then it was some weird atmospheric event that might go on for about a week or so. Then the Portuguese blame the Spanish blame the French, now people are blaming solar panels. It's obviously chaos. You know, maybe we should be having a little lesson about that over here in Britain as another power generator blew itself up today. And I don't know, whoever was in charge of that presumably didn't decide to go and have a nap like that bloke at Heathrow. But anyway, we're going to whiz ourselves on tonight. And coming up, I mean, I'm going to challenge you, OK? I'm going to set you a challenge. I want you to keep watching because I'm going to see how much of Meghan Markle's latest video you can sit through, OK? So we're going to be doing that shortly, but we're going to get stuck straight in now to our head-to-head because should male health workers be allowed to examine women's breasts? This is the debate. Experts have called for male health workers to be allowed to perform intimate breast screenings amid massive NHS staff shortages. But I want to know how you feel about this. Mammograms are the only health examination exclusively done by women. But the Society of Radiographers wants that to change. They believe that male NHS staff should also be allowed to carry out the procedure. So, speaking earlier today, Conservative Party leader Kemi Badenoch emphatically rejected these proposals.
It's it can be quite a sort of intrusive process.
I've had a mammogram. It is a very, very intrusive process. It involves the clinician holding both of your breasts for a long period of time, feeling them, manipulating them, putting them in the machine. I would not want a man doing that. Definitely would want a woman. I think that there is an issue about, I just heard it on the previous news show I did, an issue about there not being enough radiographers. So I think the solution is to get more radiographers, not to ask women yet again to sacrifice their privacy and dignity.
Well, there we go. Tonight I am asking, should male health workers be allowed to examine women's breasts? Going head-to-head on this now, our Executive Director of the Women's Rights Network, Heather Binning, and cosmetic surgeon Alex Christys. Thank you very much. Well, I think I'll start with you, Heather, if you don't mind. Should men be examining women's breasts?
Absolutely not, Patrick. Thank you for having me on for this discussion. I agree 100% with what Kemi has to say about it. It is not a nice procedure. Women don't want to have to go through it, but many of us do. We maybe come onto it, some women that don't come forward for it. And I wonder what the problem is that they're actually trying to fix. That we know there aren't enough female mammographers, but why is that? What research has been done? What's the data to say, you know, are the terms and conditions, can they be approved? Is there something wrong with the training? I would put my efforts into getting more women to come forward and take a role as mammographer than to fill that gap with men. Use the men to fill the gaps that are left behind by women changing tack and going into mammography.
It does feel as though we've taken one step forward with the Supreme Court ruling when it comes to women's safety, and then maybe a giant leap back by having, you know, fully fledged blokes examining women's intimate parts. But Alex, I'll bring you in on this. I hope you don't mind me asking a personal question, but I think it's relevant. Would you be happy going to the doctors for a check on your intimate area and that being done by a woman?
Yes, personally, I wouldn't have a problem at all with that, because at the end of the day, people are professionals, okay, and they've been trained to do a particular job. Now, the thing is this: you said examine. You know, I mean, radiographers are not sort of medically qualified to examine people. They basically are trained to do a procedure, and in the breast screening, they're there to help sort of place the breast on between two screens, which are gradually compressed, and therefore you get a mammogram out of that. Now, obviously, that's slightly simplified, but it's not like the same as you go to a breast surgeon who examines your breast thoroughly and properly. So I think we shouldn't really sort of confuse the two issues here.
So, Alex, can I just ask you a question? Before I go back to Heather, do you think it's basically all right as long as women have a chaperone? Is that right?
Listen, I completely understand the sensitivities with some women, and for some women, you know, they feel, you know, they would rather have a female, either doctor or practitioner or radiographer for that matter, and I appreciate that and I understand that. However, I don't think we should automatically say that no, you know, they should be all women or no men at all, because I think that they've been trained properly. They abide by the normal code of ethics, etc.
OK, well, Heather, I'll let you just come back to that then. What do you make of what Alex has said? And would you be in favour of it if there was a chaperone present?
No. To be quite honest, no. But also having chaperones is increasing the number of staff that would need to be had. And there's two elements. There's a chaperone for the woman and for her safety and privacy and dignity. Presumably that chaperone would be a woman. So there's another woman being employed there. But also, surely a male doctor or male employee carrying out this, mammographer, were there such a thing, would also, if his employer was to be looking after his rights, surely they'd want a chaperone there for his protection and safety from any future complaints that may be made about him. It is a very invasive. I mean, I don't want to. It is your breast is put between two pieces of glass and squeezed together. It's unimaginable what that can. It's painful for a lot of women. There's a very small minority of women for whom that is not very painful and uncomfortable. And you're standing there completely topless, and the dignity is out the window. So really, to have a woman there is fine. I think if you're being treated for something, if you're going to a doctor, to have that, if you know that there is a problem and it needs to be investigated, I think that's a different kettle of fish. But this is screening. We're trying to get women to attend these screenings. It's vitally important. And I know women that would not have attended had it been had been a male. At the moment, there are, I think, less than 50% of women attend their first breast screening. There are a third of women that do not attend any further breast screening. So there's a big problem there. Were you to introduce the fact that this is not a female service for females, then I think that's where you would see the knock-on effect, and those numbers would drop even more drastically.
Yes, and I do think as well, doing the kind of classic thing, obviously making this all about me. I think that if I, wanted to be examined in an intimate area and I knew that a woman was doing it, I would probably be less inclined to go and do it. That's just a personal thing, I think. But Alex, I mean, do you think there's maybe an avenue here for predators? You could go into any single aspect of medicine. If you, as a straight man, decide to go into something that basically means that all day long you're looking at women's breasts, is that not maybe a massive red flag?
Well, then, I'm sorry. Then that applies to every breast surgeon, because that's all they do all day long. Many of them are males. You can't classify all male breast surgeons as being predators, for heaven's sake. I mean, I think that's a bit ludicrous.
Okay. Do you not think that there's a chance that there's a disproportionate number of them that might be because they've chosen to go into that line of work?
There's always a chance to have a bad apple in every walk of life, isn't there, unfortunately? But you can't generalize like that. That's totally unfair.
OK, no, fair enough. Heather, what about, and I'm just going to ask this now, OK? I'm not saying I agree with this view, but it's something we were talking about around the office earlier. What about if the man was gay? So there's absolutely no sexual thing whatsoever when it comes to that particular part of the female anatomy. Would that change things for you?
No, a male is male, regardless of their sexual orientation. A male is a male, and it's as straightforward as that. And I'd like to pick up on a couple of years ago, we did a report on when we are at our most vulnerable, and it was about rapes and sexual assaults in hospitals, in hospital settings. And there was 6,500 rapes and sexual assaults over a 3.5-year period. That was including COVID. And about a third of that number were rapes. Now, I'm not saying that every medic is a sexual predator, but there are sexual predators that are in there. And what worried me about the statement that came out from the Society of Radiologists was this, it's a very enjoyable, desirable and enjoyable career. And men are saying, we would like to access that same career. And so my ask is, who are these men? And what question were they answering? And why aren't women asked as well? What is the question should be, why are more women not coming forward to this role? Not how can we fill this gap with men? And women's privacy, safety and dignity out the window, as you pointed out earlier, Patrick, once again. I
suppose, Alex, now I'll come to you on this. Look, I suppose the argument, in fact, the argument is that we've got a massive backlog here, and that maybe some women would rather that they were just seen by someone, and so this could be a solution to that.
Well, yes, I mean, I do agree, because at the end of the day, you know, I mean, there is a problem in the NHS with staffing, and you know, if there are male radiographers who can do the job, and if we have a shortage of female radiographers, then so you know, I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, sure, it's about choice, and women can have the choice. If they'd rather have a female radiographer, they can actually mention it. In the same way that when I have a patient, we always ask them if they like a chaperone present. You know, as I said, as I think my person, sorry,
I have that.
Yes, she mentioned that, you know, for our own protection as well. But yeah, I mean, we have absolutely no problem with that. So okay. I think we have to, you know, be able to respect people's choices as well. But I don't think we should blanket cover and say there shouldn't be any males at all.
All right. I mean, again, I just can't help but look at this and think, if we've got a shortage in a specific area, why is the solution to that to do something that some people might regard as being radical, instead of going, right, why don't we just train more women to do this and maybe incentivise them to it, wipe away a student loan?
Well, because it takes time. It takes time to train people. We already have ready male radiographers who are perfectly capable to do the job.
Fair enough. OK, look, both of you, thank you very much. It's great to chat to you. That is the Executive Director of the Women's Rights Network, Heather Binning, and cosmetic surgeon Alex Christys. So there we go. Well, I've got a heck of a lot coming your way, including earlier on, I had a bit of an explosive interview with a lady who has been standing up against Jess Phillips on the old grooming gangs issue.
If she's not willing to do that, then I think, unfortunately, yes, she is letting those girls down.
Oh, well, stay tuned for that, because a Labour peer has broken ranks tonight and teamed up with Nigel Farage to call for a public inquiry into Pakistani rape gangs. I'm going to be joined by that Tory MP, Katie Lamb, who tells me exactly why Labour's Jess Phillips isn't up to the job. But first...
Just so proud of them.
So beautiful.
Oh, I don't know, I wasn't expecting that one.
I was. Absolutely. Any excuse. Get your tissues out for Meghan Markle. She seems to think that she's the hardest working royal, but she's been caught out using an HRH title, even though she left the firm more than 5 years ago. I'll bring you the highlights, if you can call it that. I'm actually going to challenge you. I'm going to set you a challenge now, OK? When we come back, and be playing you a clip, and I want you to see how much of it you can actually sit through. So stay tuned.
I hope it doesn't rain.
Don't worry about it.
It'll spoil our holiday.
Relax, we're totally covered.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GBNews travel destinations forecast.
Whilst it's sunny and warm in the UK, it's very windy in Greece at the moment. It stays windy on Wednesday, showers in Cyprus, and also a spell of rain moving through Portugal, heading into Spain. That's going to be fairly heavy with gusty winds. Dry ahead of it for Barcelona, and for Italy, a pleasant day to come on Wednesday, but we keep the strong winds through the Greek islands and this area of showers and thunderstorms moving into Cyprus. It all settles down much more later this week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GBNews travel destinations forecast.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
You may not have heard of Betty Joel, but you'll certainly have heard of her long list of high society clients and her extraordinary designs. Born in Hong Kong in 1894, Betty Joel built a business empire through her knack for interior design, working for Lord Louis Mountbatten, Winston Churchill and royalty. Her fingerprints are visible on some of the most iconic buildings in 1930s London, including Fortnum & Mason, the Savoy, and the Daily Express office building on Fleet Street. While Betty Joel's legacy as a trailblazing female entrepreneur and interior designer may have fallen out of public view, a new archive collection compiled by her great-nephew aims to correct the record and is available to view at Olympia Auctions. Joining me now is the designer's great-nephew, who helped collate her archives and whose new book bears her name, Betty Joel. He is Clive Stewart Lockhart. Clive, great to see you. So I felt rather embarrassed when I realised that I had not heard of Betty Joel. Can you help me? Should I be embarrassed?
I don't think you should be embarrassed, because, in a way, she probably chose to be that way herself. She, in 1939, parted company with her husband. Divorce eventually happens after the war, and she walks away from a business that had, at one time, employed 80 men, and did nothing further again. And so it's quite easy to get forgotten over that period of time, I think.
What was it that she designed? Interiors, so we're talking about furniture and the like.
Furniture, yes. So when they first got married, when she and her husband David first got married in 1919, he had been a cabinet maker in the Navy. I mean, he'd learned how to make furniture, and they made the furniture for their own house. And she was deeply critical of it. And so he said, well, you know, you can design something better then. And so she did.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Very shortly, I'm going to be joined by Tory MP Katie Lamb, who tells me why Jess Phillips is letting working-class white girls down amid renewed calls today for a grooming gang inquiry. But first, we're going to work through something together here, OK? Meghan Markle's first ever podcast interview has hit the headlines after the American podcast host shared a gushing photo, all right? It suggested that the Duchess of Sussex is still using her royal title, despite leaving the royal family more than 5 years ago. And it only gets worse once you start listening to this interview. So, I just want to see if you can sit through all of this. I challenge you. I don't think you can physically sit through all of this. So, here we go.
Gosh, I work so hard, and I appreciate what hard work looks like. I like working hard. And I'm still working hard, right? The moment that everything sells out, it doesn't mean that we're done.
Who's buying it?
It's not about
No
the
one's buying
grandeur of a gesture. It's about I see you.
Why don't you go and spring some flowers on a donut again and call it work?
So deeply,
Where were your
and I
kids as
love
well?
being
Who
able
was
to
looking
see
after
your
them?
growth, and I'm just so proud of them.
Who? Your kids?
So
Do you see them?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't expecting that one.
Are you in love now more than ever? More than you've ever been?
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine at the beginning, everyone is like butterflies, and then we immediately went into the trenches
I just
together.
can't. I can't do it anymore. I can't
Right
do it
up.
anymore. I can't do it. Is she stopped? Is she finished? Is it over? Never again. Never again. I'm joined now by the writer for The Spectator. It's Alexander Larman. Alex, thank you very much. Tremendous to have you on the show. I mean, that was just utterly, utterly insufferable, wasn't it? I mean, I suppose the biggest scandal is it that she's using the HRH title still?
Patrick, that's the worst thing I've ever seen, and I've seen some fairly horrible things in my life, but that is just a step too far. And I think when she says that she's going into the trenches, you're thinking, well, do you understand what that means? I mean, do you understand that you are using the imagery of people who sacrificed their lives for their country, for you buggering off to Montecito to spend your entire life doing podcasts and selling jam? I mean, it's despicable and it's pathetic. And if she had any sense of shame, she might actually think, hang on, this isn't right, this isn't fair, but she has no sense of shame. And what we know about her is that she's so desperate to be clinging on to her reputation, such as it is, everything that she can do, that anything, whether it's for jam, whether it's for podcast, or even if it's continuing to use an HRH title she has absolutely no right to use, she'll do anything. And in a funny way, I mean, you might not like this, Patrick, but I've come to quite admire her, because most people would stop. Most people think, I can't do this. There's a basic level of dignity I'm not going to go beyond. At the end of the day, I can't do it. But she just goes ever further, because I think to understand Meghan Markle, or as we must call her, the Duchess of Sussex, you must understand she is terrified about not being relevant anymore. She's absolutely petrified about the idea that one day everyone is going to wake up and, like that bit in Men in Black, we're going to have had our minds wiped and we won't remember anything about it.
But the relevance, Alex, sorry to cut you off, but I do think, as far as I can tell, the relevance she's trying to carve out is that she's this incredible superhuman mother and woman who is able to juggle an unimaginable amount of hard work, and somehow, just somehow, she pulls through. And I just don't think people believe that.
Well, all I would say is talk to all of your listeners who don't have mansions in viewers, sorry. Talk to your viewers who could slip there. Your viewers who don't have mansions in Montecito and don't have, millions of dollars in the bank and don't have unlimited help, because actually she is insulting everyone by her actions, and she's insulting everyone by the stupidity and the arrogance of what she's coming out with. And as a seasoned Meghan watcher, I keep thinking, what's going to happen next? What's going to be the next outrage? What's going to be the next display of hideous arrogance? And there's always another one. I mean, every few days. You see, it's funny because last year and the year before, there was clearly a deal of Harry reached that he would publish Spare. That would draw all the attention, and indeed his court cases have drawn a great deal of fire. And she would sit back and be quite a low-key presence. And this year, ever since she came back with her new Instagram account at the start of the year, there's been no getting away from her. But the problem is that there's an absolutely terrible program on Netflix recently. There's been the launch of the podcasts that she's got about being an entrepreneur, and of course the fact that she isn't an entrepreneur at all. She's just
well, this is it. There's a level of fakery, especially given, just by its very nature, her trying to appeal to that British market. We see through all that guff, I think, in a way that maybe Americans take a little bit longer to. But Alexander, thank you very much. Always a pleasure. You take care. Alexander Larman there, the writer for The Spectator. Sorry for inflicting that Meghan video on you. Coming up, the government is going to ban foreign sex offenders from staying in the UK. Great news, unless, of course, their child doesn't like foreign chicken nuggets, they have a cat, or they have PTSD, in which case they'll just use the ECHR to stay. And come to think of it, why are they here at all? That's at 10, but first.
If she's not willing to do that, then I think, unfortunately, yes, she is letting those girls down.
I'm going to be joined by Tory MP Katie Lamb, who tells me why Jess Phillips isn't up to the job. Stay tuned.
Good evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Been a cracking day today, if you like sunny weather in spring. And, well, guess what? There's more to come tomorrow. If anything, slightly warmer, all thanks to this chunky area of high pressure dominating our weather, allowing the sun to do its thing and warm things up day by day. There is a weak weather front across the far north of Scotland. It's not been sunny here all day. Quite a bit of cloud, and that cloud thick enough for a little bit of drizzly rain to return to Shetland through the early hours. But elsewhere, it's a dry night, maybe a little misty. Temperatures dipping away in the east, turning quite cool here down to single figures. But further west, a very warm night actually, particularly parts of Western and North Wales, where we may see temperatures holding in the mid-teens. Pretty unusual for the end of April. There's a bit of a breeze which will continue to blow along the south coast, New Hampshire down to Cornwall, but otherwise the winds are pretty light. Any mist and fog will disappear very rapidly in the morning. Some thicker cloud again over the Western Isles of Scotland and over the Northern Isles. Maybe the odd shower here and there, potentially over Caithness, particularly through the afternoon. But most of Scotland, most of Northern Ireland, England and Wales having another blue sky day tomorrow. And yes, it will be the final day of April, seeing those temperatures lifting higher and higher, probably the warmest day of the year so far, likely to get widely over 20 degrees Celsius. Well, we've got a bit more cloud across northern Scotland, temperatures maybe in the teens, but elsewhere, as I say, over 20 degrees, and in the south and southeast, 27, maybe 28 degrees Celsius. It'll be another warm one in the south on Thursday, but further north a change. A weather front moving in, bringing much more cloud, a little bit of light rain, maybe the odd heavy shower come the afternoon over the far south of Scotland, perhaps northern England. Small chance of a shower across central parts of England and Wales too, but here generally another very warm day, maybe peaking at 29 Celsius, but it will be turning cooler by Thursday across the north.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Welcome back. And GB News can exclusively reveal that Labour Lord Glassman has broken ranks and teamed up with Nigel Farage to back a parliamentary bill that calls for a statutory inquiry into Pakistani grooming gangs. This is ramping pressure up now on the Safeguarding Minister, Jess Phillips. She insisted yesterday that the government and her were taking action.
This government is determined to get to the truth of both historic and current grooming gangs, to ensure perpetrators are punished and to deliver justice and accountability for victims and survivors. That is why we are pressing ahead with key recommendations of the independent inquiry, including the mandatory duty to report.
Well, I spoke to Tory MP Katie Lamb, who is also calling for a full public inquiry. Now, she didn't hold back when it came to Jess Phillips. Here is how that interview went.
There were lots that the last government did do. There were lots of things that the last government did do within 14 years, but we didn't really start to appreciate quite the scale of this horror and the need for a national inquiry until relatively recently within that 14 years. But they should have done.
OK, because one of the arguments is that there was a case study that a Rotherham grooming gang survivor was awarded about 425 grand in compensation. She successfully sued her rapist. And if you do the numbers on that, if you play that out across the country, that could obviously then run into the tens of billions of pounds. I can't help but note that the Tory government refused compensation for a while for the victims of the infected blood scandal. The allegation would be that the Tories didn't do that because they didn't think that we had the money.
I don't have any reason to think that that is true. And I think if anybody is seeing that as a factor in whether or not to hold this national inquiry, I think that would be appalling. We're talking about truth for the public and justice for children for what is probably the most awful thing to have happened in this country in anybody's living memory, bar perhaps the Second World War. You know, this can't be about money.
OK, so you obviously are full square behind a national inquiry. Labour don't seem to be. I mean, Lee Anderson, obviously formerly of your parish, now Reform, of course, asked Jess Phillips in the Commons yesterday if she was part of the cover-up. She said no. Do you think she is?
I think this is about getting transparency for everybody, for these children who've suffered, for their families and for the public. I don't necessarily think it's fair to say that Jess Phillips is part of the cover-up, but she is at the moment refusing to hold a national inquiry, and that's what we need. So until she's willing to do that, she certainly isn't part of the solution.
Do you think she's compromised? I mean, the demographics of her seat, there's a large Pakistani community there and in that region in general. I mean, that might be the obvious answer as to why she's not willing to call a full-blown national inquiry.
Well, we know for a fact at various points at various points and in various places in the country as part of this terrible problem that people have been too concerned about alienating or upsetting the Muslim community, which I also think is incredibly offensive to Muslims. Every single person of every race, colour and creed should be horrified at what's happened to these children and want to get to the bottom of it, want to understand the truth, want to bring every criminal, whether that is a perpetrator or somebody who's covered it up, to book. And if that is a factor, then I think that is really appalling for everybody involved.
Why aren't we just deporting these people? We've got people that have been scheduled for deportation, like Abdul Qari Rauf, for example, for probably about 12 years now, I think, actually. Why aren't we just deporting them?
Well, where they're foreign nationals, we should be. The Conservatives, I in fact myself, tabled an amendment to the most recent Borders Bill to say that all criminals who are foreign nationals, regardless of how long the sentence is for, should be deported, and that they shouldn't have any recourse to stay in this country. What happens at the moment is people will bring asylum applications and also appeals under usually the most common are Article 3 and 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and will block their deportation through the courts.
I just want to return to something you said earlier, because Jess Phillips is very keen to say that she spent her whole life standing up for women and girls. Oh, she may well have done. But this is a big test of that now, isn't it? And do you think currently, as it stands, she is letting down predominantly working class, predominantly white girls? Is she currently letting those down?
The real test is what we do when we're in power, and the Labour Party is in government now, and Jess Phillips holds this ministerial brief. And I think by far the most important and impactful and positive thing that she can do for these victims and for the public who deserve to know the truth is hold a national inquiry. And as I say, if she's not willing to do that, then I think, unfortunately, yes, she is letting those girls down, and their families too, and all of us.
There's also an opportunity for Labour MPs to really put the squeeze here on the Minister and on the Prime Minister. What would you say to those who are not doing that, who are reluctant to do it?
I think everybody has to put their head on the pillow at night and decide how well they can sleep. I think all of the Labour members need to think about why it might be that we would need a national inquiry, and what possible argument there could be against that, to understand the truth of what's happened here. I'm not sure that there is a more important, pressing, urgent thing that the government can be doing in this field other than to get to the truth. And also, I should add, to set up, so this is separate from the call for a national inquiry, but I'm also calling for the NCA to set up a dedicated unit investigating and prosecuting councillors, officials and police officers who've been involved in the cover-up, because one of the many things that worries me about this is, whilst we've seen now over 1,000 arrests under the Grooming Gangs Task Force, not one single person has been convicted for covering up these crimes.
I just want to ask you one final question, if that's OK, because a lot of people, a lot of our viewers and listeners, they do ask this. Under the Tories, we did have mass immigration from Pakistan. I just wonder if you regret that now in light of the Grooming Gang scandal.
I've said many, many times in Parliament and elsewhere that I think the migration levels that we've seen over the last few years are completely indefensible. Whether it's from Pakistan or not, even just the sheer numbers, nearly 1 million people on net, 1.6 million people at gross level of immigration is unmanageable for any country and for any culture.
OK, well, thank you very much for your time today, Katie. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. I do hope to talk to you again very, very soon as well, because I know this is an issue that you're going to fight for tirelessly, and you're certainly not going to give up on, not going to give up on at all. So thank you very much. I hope you take care.
I look forward to it. Thank you for having me.
Well, there we go. I mean, the Conservatives do have a lot to answer for when it comes to the high level of immigration they oversaw from the part of the world that is disproportionately represented when it comes to grooming gangs, I think. But there we go. Obviously, Jess Phillips has come back and said that, look, she's doing absolutely everything that she possibly can, and that the Home Office has told GB News they've had various meetings with victims from Oldham, Telford, Manchester, as well as Alexis Jay, who was the chair of the independent inquiry into sexual abuse. Now, I've got a lot coming your way in the next hour. So the government, they say they're going to ban foreign sex offenders from claiming asylum. But there are a few drawbacks to this. I don't think we're going to be able to deport any of them. They can't guarantee that we'll deport any of them. And, of course, is that not ignoring the main problem, which is why the heck are they here to begin with? I'm also going to be bringing you something that we think is happening, potentially in the next 20 minutes or so, which is it's President Trump's first 100 days. Now, what we're definitely doing is talking to his counter-terrorism czar, so we're going to be talking to him. However, we think we are going to be hearing from the president himself, specifically on his first 100 days. He's going to be popping up on your screens a little bit later on. So we will take you live to that. And of course, I will have a very first look and a detailed look at all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages, so we can talk about all of that with my top panel. But hey, look, I want to know from you, do you think Labour is going to deport a single foreign sex criminal? Stay tuned, I'll see you in a few minutes.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Been a cracking day today if you like sunny weather in spring. And, well, guess what? There's more to come tomorrow. If anything, slightly warmer, all thanks to this chunky area of high pressure dominating our weather, allowing the sun to do its thing and warm things up day by day. There is a weak weather front across the far north of Scotland. It's not been sunny here all day. Quite a bit of cloud, and that cloud thick enough for a little bit of drizzly rain to return to Shetland through the early hours. But elsewhere, it's a dry night, maybe a little misty. Temperatures dipping away in the east, turning quite cool here down to single figures. But further west, a very warm night actually, particularly parts of Western and North Wales, where we may see temperatures holding in the mid-teens. Pretty unusual for the end of April. There's a bit of a breeze which will continue to blow along the south coast, New Hampshire down to Cornwall, but otherwise the winds are pretty light. Any mist and fog will disappear very rapidly in the morning. Some thicker cloud again over the Western Isles of Scotland and over the Northern Isles. Maybe the odd shower here and there, potentially over Caithness, particularly through the afternoon. But most of Scotland, most of Northern Ireland, England and Wales having another blue sky day tomorrow. And yes, it will be the final day of April, seeing those temperatures lifting higher and higher, probably the warmest day of the year so far, likely to get widely over 20 degrees Celsius. Well, we've got a bit more cloud across northern Scotland, temperatures maybe in the teens, but elsewhere, as I say, over 20 degrees, and in the south and southeast, 27. Maybe 28 degrees Celsius. It'll be another warm one in the south on Thursday, but further north a change. A weather front moving in, bringing much more cloud, a little bit of light rain, maybe the odd heavy shower come the afternoon over the far south of Scotland, perhaps northern England. Small chance of a shower across central parts of England and Wales too, but here generally another very warm day, maybe peaking at 29 Celsius, but it will be turning cooler by Thursday across the north.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be driving away with this brand new Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. It comfortably sleeps 4, comes with sky roof, integrated kitchen and bathroom, and is worth over £67,000. And that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that wherever this motorhome takes you, it takes you there in style. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
It's 10 p.m. I'm Patrick Christys. Tonight.
Yeah, are you guys aware that the asylum seekers that you guys have got in the hotel are down by the school taking photographs?
Today, the Prime Minister said foreign sex offenders will never be allowed to claim asylum. But I bet you he won't deport any, and...
This moment on, America's decline is over.
You're gambling with World War III.
You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see.
President Trump's first 100 days. I've got a double whammy for you on this. I'm going to speak to the President's Director of Counter-Terrorism, Sebastian Gorka. And we're expecting to hear from the President himself tonight as well. So watch this space. We'll bring that to you. So stick with us. But also this evening... Chaos. Power outages across Europe. A substation went up in flames here today. Even M&S has been hacked. I've got a feeling that tomorrow's newspaper front pages are going to have an update on that big story for you. I'll bring them to you hot off the press with my top panel. It's columnist and broadcaster Esther Krakow, political commentator and GB News presenter Alex Armstrong, and journalist and broadcaster Zoe Grunewald. But in other news, this guy could be the next Pope.
You may say that I'm a dreamer.
Oh, it's like a choir of angels. And can you guess what on earth is happening here? Woo! I'll reveal all, but breaking tonight.
Yo, tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
There we go. I know what you want, what you really, really want. It's a Spice Girls reunion, and you're going to get one. The Spice Girls are apparently going back on tour, believe it or not. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. I'll take a little bet with you. How many foreign sex criminals do you think Labour will actually deport? Next.
Good evening, it's 2 minutes past 10. I'm Katie Bowen in the GB Newsroom.
A developing story tonight in Sweden where police say that 3 people have been killed in the city of Uppsala in an apparent shooting. Police are now searching for one suspected perpetrator, a news agency in Sweden is reporting, and a murder investigation has been launched. Authorities have declined to speculate on the motive behind the shooting. A large area has been cordoned off with investigations at the scene ongoing. We'll bring you any updates throughout the evening. Elsewhere, President Donald Trump is marking 100 days of his second term in office with several events today, as he's set to address a celebratory rally very shortly. The White House has engaged in an ongoing row with retail giant Amazon today over what they call Amazon's reported plans to display the added costs of tariffs as a hostile and political act. Amazon has now rejected those claims, and President Trump said he's had a good call with boss Jeff Bezos. The president has been delivering remarks at the Selfridge Air National Guard and ahead of that rally in Michigan, which will be coming up shortly. Sticking stateside, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has spoken with US President Donald Trump this evening, with the president congratulating Prime Minister Carney on his election. The two leaders reportedly agreed on the importance of Canada and the United States working together for the mutual betterment of the two nations. They agreed to meet in person in the near future. Carney's victory is being hailed as a stunning political turnaround, with the party considered ruined just 2 months ago. Back at home, Reform UK has committed to launching a national statutory public inquiry into the grooming gang scandal in its first month of government. Making the party's first legislative pledge, leader Nigel Farage says a national inquiry must happen. Labour peer Maurice Glassman has joined forces with Nigel Farage in a cross-party group to back the parliamentary bill that calls for a statutory inquiry. Lord Glassman said that the British public expect action so that the police and other services finally get a grip of this disgrace. GBNews also understands that many Labour MPs have given their support to the bill in principle. A 38-year-old man suspected of carrying out a crossbow attack in Leeds has died, counter-terrorism police have said. Owen Lawrence from Headingley was taken to hospital on Saturday with a self-inflicted wound after 2 women were injured on the Otley Road. Police have now confirmed that he has died in hospital. Police have also confirmed that they are no longer looking for anyone else in connection with the attack. And Irish rap trio Kneecap have now had their performance at the Eden Project in July cancelled. That comes after one member of the group appeared to call for Tory MPs to be killed, and another appeared to shout "Up Hamas, up Hezbollah" in historical gig footage. Home Office Minister Dan Jarvis said that the organisers of Glastonbury Festival should think very carefully about who is performing at this year's festival. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now let's go back to Patrick.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
This is the big story of the day. Today, the Labour government said that foreign sex offenders won't be allowed to claim asylum in Britain.
And we're also taking action today to strengthen the asylum system to ensure that people who have committed sex offences, who are put onto the sex offenders register, will not be granted asylum in the UK, because we've had some shocking cases where that has happened, where they've been granted asylum, and I think that is wrong. And so we're changing the law on that as well.
Let's pick this apart. Why are they allowed into Britain in the first place? This legislation may not actually stop any rapes or sexual assaults, since it doesn't stop sex offenders entering the country. Does this mean that we can deport them? The answer to that is no. They can still appeal deportation using the European Convention on Human Rights. The government can't and won't confirm that this will lead to a single deportation. But breaking news for you tonight, just very shortly before I came on air, actually. A Labour MP has now broken ranks and urged Sir Keir Starmer to either modify or leave the ECHR. Graham Stringer told the Daily Telegraph, "You wouldn't buy a car made in 1951. Why should we accept international treaties that were appropriate midway through last century?" So there we go. The noises are rising now. The Home Office refuses to say how many asylum seeker sex offenders are currently in Britain. But Ministry of Justice data from last year showed that foreign nationals are responsible for nearly a quarter of all sex offences. Foreign nationals make up just 9.3% of the population, but account for 23% of sex crimes. Two major asylum seeker hotspots are, of course, Afghanistan and Eritrea. Well, those nationalities are more than 20 times more likely to account for sexual offence convictions than British nationals. Overall, foreign nationals were 71% more likely than Britons to be responsible for sex crime convictions. Another point, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Today, it was revealed that a gay rights charity, the Peter Tatchell Foundation, has been inundated with South Asian asylum seekers donating and asking for membership cards in what seems to be a bid to convince the Home Office that they are actually gay, so we can't deport them back home. Of course, that really is a con, isn't it? The point is this. Today's announcement from Labour does nothing to stop foreign sex offenders getting to Britain, and it does nothing to help deport them. Let's get the views of my panel. We've got columnist and broadcaster Esther Krakow, political commentator, GB News presenter Alex Armstrong, and, of course, as well, political commentator Zoe Grunwald. Alex, I'll start with you on this. I mean, look, it's all well and good saying, isn't it? OK, we're not going to allow sex offenders to claim asylum in Britain, but we're not stopping them coming in and we're not getting rid of them either.
Yeah, it's political theatre at the very best, isn't it? It's a lie. And guess what? It's an election week. Would anyone have guessed, hey? Would anyone have guessed that Labour are losing mass amounts of votes in the Red Wall to right-wing parties? Right, they're gone. They're gone. They have lost this argument already. I just want to bring up a tweet made by a Tory MP, I forget his name, Ben Abessi Jekde, I think, actually. He quoted this story, and I want to tell you what it's about this one. There was a Jamaican foreign criminal who raped a 17-year-old while he was on bail because he had abducted a 15-year-old that he'd been grooming since she was 14. There was a letter circulated and signed by dozens of Labour MPs against his deportation. Keir Starmer was one of those signatories.
Yes.
This is the shocking reality. Labour do not want to change this. If they wanted to, they would have spent their entire time in opposition saying, yes, we need to change the rules. They don't care.
OK, so...
That's my opinion.
As to your views on this, I mean, again, it just feels like it's quite easy to pick apart that idea.
I mean, it's almost ludicrous that we're having this conversation. We will not allow sex offenders to claim asylum in Britain. Why are sex offenders, foreign sex offenders, our problem? Like, why are we even having a conversation about tolerating these types of people in British society? But I think this opens a can of worms for the Labour Party, because if they're willing to breach the ECHR in this way, allegedly, by saying these people don't have the right to remain in the UK, well, why stop at sex offences? Why not stop? Why not go for people who commit terrorist offences or who have terrorist leanings, or people that assault people in public, for example, or push people onto train tracks in London? I mean, if you can actually... If willing to go against the ECHR for stuff like this, then really there is no point to be signatories of the ECHR, because you're clearly saying there are cases where we should put our national interest first, like not having foreign sex offenders roaming our streets. Yes. And that's the issue that they're going to have. I don't think anything is going to happen. I think they've actually just shown, one, the disdain they have for the British public. They think we're stupid. But
this
two,
is it.
They actually they can do something. They're choosing not to.
It's the kind of thing that if you just put this on the front page of a newspaper or you put out there to Joe Blogs on the street, I'm not trying to, have a go at anyone here, but what I'm saying is the headline looks good. Oh, they won't be able to claim asylum. But literally just think about it for a minute, and it doesn't stop people coming in, and it doesn't say that we're going to be able to...
And why were they able to before?
Any of them. But Zoe, I'll put this to you. There's the first noises now of some kind of rebellion from the Labour benches about leaving or modifying the ECHR. That broke just before we came on air. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so Graham Stringer is an interesting Labour MP. He has actually been quite outspoken on some things you would say that aren't very Laboury. I think he's a bit of a net zero Eurosceptic as well. So potentially when it comes to which Labour MP was most likely to break ranks, I think Graham Stringer's up there. I think what is interesting about this is there is actually a clause in the Refugee Convention which says that if somebody has done a serious crime and it comes for a violent crime, they can be deported. That doesn't break their, you know, the
They've had more than 12 months in prison, I think.
I think that might be right. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the UK or the... But basically, there is actually precedent for this. I think the problem is that courts were not applying this and things were getting tied up. And there's two issues here.
It should be automatic.
But
they shouldn't have to apply for it. So actually, in British law, it's automatic. So, if you've served a 12-month sentence, you are automatic.
OK, so I think this is what Labour's trying to do now. I think they're trying to pin this down so that courts are operating in the UK on the assumption that this is what the law is. Yeah. And when they interpret the law, they're interpreting the British law. So I think it could make a difference. The problem is the legal system here is bunged up.
Exactly. And what did we see? By the way, I mean, I couldn't believe this. I was reading loads of different articles about this earlier, including the one in The Guardian. And quoted in that is a bloke from Amnesty International, who I won't name here now because he's not here to defend himself, but saying that this just shouldn't go ahead because it was rushed through and it might unfairly impact refugees. I think, are you so much of an left-wing open borders fanatic that you are basically willing to go into bat for foreign sex offenders? And I think maybe they are. I mean, I worry that we've got judges like that as well. I'll go to Alex for that.
I think it's so abundantly clear to the public that there is activist judges in our system. We have, I mean, Robert Jenrick was talking about them just the other day in the House of Commons. It is so abundantly clear that our justice system is infiltrated by left-wing activists who have an agenda, have a pro-immigration agenda, and are interpreting the law the way they want it to. They are literally taking the law and interpreting it in their own words.
But that's because the law is inadequate. I'm going to say something.
I believe it is.
If the law was clear-cut, if the law is saying, actually, if you've been convicted and sent to prison for more than 12 months, automatic deportation, there is no way to interpret around it. That's the point.
Well, maybe I think to add on to that, you've got institutions like the ECHR that are adding laws on top of laws. So if you're a judge, what do you say? Is the ECHR more important? Am I going to get challenged now from the European Court of Human Rights over my ruling on this case here?
OK, so I'm going to say something controversial here. I think we should suspend perhaps indefinitely our asylum system completely. I mean, one, you would see the boat crossings stop overnight because there is no legal... We have paused our asylum system, much like Japan, that doesn't have an asylum system but is not an international pariah. We have a fundamentally broken asylum system where we are sending the 90% of asylum seekers to basically just 9 out of 10 or 9 or 10 cities in the UK, which is not enough. It is... We don't screen well enough. We have a lot of people that are taking advantage of the system, and then we have actual people that need asylum, like women in Afghanistan, for example, that are being pushed to the back of the queue. This conversation doesn't even need to happen about letting or not letting foreign sex offenders in. Pause the asylum system. Period.
I mean, just
stop it.
The point is, again, what I think people will be able to see through, the viewers and listeners of this programme, is that in order for them to not grant them asylum, we pretty much have to allow someone to come into Britain, then commit a sex crime, and then not give them asylum because of that. Of course, that leaves, well, frankly, a tidal wave of victims, doesn't it, and survivors who, their lives may never be the same again. Their entire family's lives may never be the same again. And are we really willing to let that happen? I know we're not, but it would appear that the current government... I don't know, is really. So just on this, Yvette Cooper there, refusing to come on GBNews again this morning, possibly because she would have to face some questions like this. I mean, do you really think that Labour's going about this the right way? I mean, if she really wants to appeal to working-class people, especially in the Red Wall, she should be coming on shows like this and explaining herself, shouldn't she?
Well, I think it's important that politicians try and do as much outreach as possible and they try and communicate with all audiences. And I think, I don't want to be too cynical about this, but Alex is right that this is a policy that appeals to a certain voter group during a local election week. Even, refugee charities are saying it's been rushed through. That seems to be their main complaint about it. It does feel a little bit knee-jerk, and it actually kind of rings true with, I think, what a lot of Labour's strategy has been recently, which has kind of been slightly, I would say, chasing reform's tail in some ways.
Honestly,
and I think it comes through. I think it feels a little bit desperate sometimes.
It's not just desperate. The public... I think this is the feeling I get when I saw this, is that the public are being taken for fools. They're being taken for morons that can't see through the mist of political theatre. Of course we can. Of course, anyone's going to go and look at Keir Starmer's voting record. Anyone's going to go and look at all these signatures he's put down saying, I don't want this foreign criminal being deported, and go, now you changed your mind.
Well, this is it. Now, this is the thing I will say, which is that are we not all being asked to believe that this version of Keir Starmer is true when we've seen him for the last 20-odd years and we know he's very we know the letters he's signed, we know who his mates are, the likes of Lord Herman and the likes of Philippe Sands, those two lawyers who seem incredibly left-wing and you know, perfectly willing to represent people like one of the people who might have masterminded the 9/11 terror attack, or indeed Mauritius over the Chagos Islands. And we are being asked to believe that now this version of Keir Starmer, we see on that screen behind me there, suddenly wants to deport foreign sex criminals.
Yeah, of course not. I mean, this man doesn't have a single conviction to speak of. But I don't think people care so much what he believes as opposed to what he does. I don't care whether he believes that the sky is green, right? But I want him to implement policies to keep me and my family safe. And he hasn't done that. The best thing Keir Starmer could do right now is fire about 90% of his cabinet. Yvette Cooper is an incompetent. David Lammy is an incompetent. Esteban is an incompetent. These people combined between them have like 70 years, literally in politics, and we cannot name a single achievement of theirs. These are not to have a Home Secretary that's making such knee-jerk decisions kills the credibility of his government. That is the point.
What would you say to that, Zoe? Both on the personal aspects there of those particular cabal of incompetence. I think.
There's more of that. Those are the top three.
Baskets of incompetence, as they're referred to there. But also on just the general level of credibility about Keir Starmer's points here.
I mean, I think the thing about Keir Starmer is that he thinks of himself as a sort of managerial pragmatist. I don't think he has an ideology. I think he takes on what is around him. And I think what he does have around him are people like Morgan McSweeney, who are a certain type of Labour, that kind of blue Labour, and maybe do actually genuinely believe more of these kind of socially conservative things than other people around him. I don't feel the same way about Ed Miliband and Yvette Cooper necessarily as you do.
Completely incompetent.
Having said that, you know, I don't know what direction this cabinet is taking. It seems a bit confused, and I don't think Keir Starmer is calling the shots.
Yeah.
Well, he's an HR manager.
It's just a complete fraud, isn't it? To believe that all of a sudden they've got these values that, you know, oh, actually, we need to tighten back on net zero. Oh, yes, we need to clamp down on illegal migration. You just spent the last 14 years, of which this cabinet has been in Parliament for most of that, of campaigning against these very, very sensible policies. It is totally mind-blowing.
There seems to be a lack of credibility for it. Look, like I said before, that big news today really was that Labour are coming out and saying they won't allow foreign sex offenders to claim asylum. Clearly, people are saying, well, why are they here in the first place? Maybe that will be the better solution is to not let them in. I've got a lot coming up shortly. I mean, I'll tell you about something in a second. We were thinking we might be able to take you live to Washington because President Trump is going to be live, we think. But I want to give a very special shout-out here. On Monday, the 5th of May, I'm going to be hosting an extra special show to celebrate the 80th anniversary of VE Day. Now, I'm going to have a live studio audience, and I want to get as many of our brave veterans in that audience as possible. So, if you're a veteran or you're currently serving in the armed forces, or maybe you're a wife of someone who's serving away, something like that, you get what I mean, then just get in touch, gbviews@gbnews.uk, secure your ticket, that's gbviews@gbnews.uk, get in touch. It would be absolutely amazing if we could get a studio full of veterans or people who are related to veterans, all of this stuff, people with a service history that we can honour properly here at GB News. Well, before I tell you about what's coming next, I think I should probably tell you about this whopping great big motorhome that you could call home.
You could be spending your summer in style on the road in this brand new Alnag Baron 560 motorhome, courtesy of Marquis Leisure. Imagine the fun you could have in this luxurious home from home worth over £67,000. It sleeps 4, comes with integrated kitchen and bathroom spaces, and comfortably has space for all the family. And if that wasn't enough, we'll also give you £5,000 in tax-free cash to make your next getaway a great one. It's our biggest prize package ever, and it could be all yours. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Harrow, Derby, DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Coming up, I'll have a very detailed look at all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages with my panel, and apparently this could be the next Pope.
You may say that I'm a dreamer.
Shouldn't he be singing Angels? Anyway, Trump's first 100 days, mass deportations of foreign criminals, trans athletes, banned from women's sport, and a global trade war. I speak to the President's Director of Counter-Terrorism, Sebastian Gorka, and we are expecting to hear from the President himself in just a few minutes' time, so don't move.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is a Stingray torpedo in the hangar of HMS Duncan, an air defence destroyer. It's recently returned from operations in the eastern Mediterranean. But today, on this Royal Navy vessel, it's not about war fighting, but it's about commemoration as we march towards 80 years since VE Day. So HMS Duncan has been hosting a street party on the deck here in Portsmouth. Earlier, we spoke to Commander Dan Lee about why he thought this was such an important occasion for the country.
So VE Day was a culmination of the end of, or the beginning of the end of World War II. It was a time that was a truly national endeavour, whether that be people digging for victory, people in new roles in fields and factories, people supporting at home, children evacuated, and it was such a huge national event. It is something that we should really celebrate, that it was coming to an end. With that, with the number of veterans who are sadly reducing in numbers, today's a real opportunity. We're really happy to have a number of the local school children and Royal Navy cadets here, so we can tell the story of World War II, why it was important, and what we fought for.
And earlier we spoke with Ross Kemp, who's been a key part of promoting the VE Day commemoration, about how the entirety of the United Kingdom should come together on the 5th of May on that bank holiday weekend to celebrate our fallen heroes.
It's very easy to forget that the freedoms that we enjoy in this country came at a price. And the veterans that are still alive, they won't be alive, sadly, in 10 years' time. So 80 is a big benchmark. And I think we should let them know that we appreciate the sacrifices that they and their colleagues made for us to enjoy the freedoms that we have.
GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Welcome back. Well, all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages are coming your way very shortly. But first, President Trump has hit the 100-day mark back in the White House. And what a whirlwind it's been. Let's have a little look at some of his most iconic moments so far, shall we? So his administration has deported 139,000 people who were in the US without legal authorization, and just 9 illegal migrants have arrived in his first 100 days. Presumably they don't watch the news, but there we go. And that also doesn't include the amount of people who have self-deported under President Trump. Should we compare that to the 184,000 that the Biden administration deported last year? So it's a 99.99% drop. He's defended women's rights by making it US policy to recognise only 2 sexes, male and female. He's banned biological men from competing in women's sports. government waste. Gone, or at least going anyway. He set up a brand new department for government efficiency, or DOGE, and claims to have saved taxpayers billions. He's not letting America get walked all over. In fact, he slapped massive tariffs on China and the EU. And he continues his reputation as a peacemaker by trying to bring an end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Well, I'm hoping that shortly we're going to be hearing live from President Trump. But before that, we've got the next best thing. It's the Deputy Assistant to President Trump. It's Sebastian Gorka. Sebastian, tremendous to see you. Rank his first 100 days then for me, please, my good man.
Well, flattery will get you everywhere. It's just incredibly exciting. Your summary was, the tip of the iceberg. But whether it's sealing the border, whether it's restructuring global trade with the tariff deals, whether it's what we're doing in international security under my team's incredible commitment, we've hunted down more than 70 leading jihadis and given them ultimate justice. It's just winning. I can't believe it's just been 100 days, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the 4 years of my boss's second term in the White House.
One thing I will point out, though, is, of course, the issue with Canada, i.e. they appear to have elected Mark Carney, who, not content with bringing misery to the people of Britain in his time at the Bank of England, is now about to unleash it on the people of Canada. Some people would say that potentially if President Trump had not gone so strong on, Governor Trudeau and the 51st state stuff and all of that, that maybe actually you would have had a Conservative government in Canada.
Yeah, I find this line of logic a little bit strange. And if you lose an election, you lose a competition, you know who you should blame. Look in the mirror. So it's not President Trump's fault. It's really the people who were on the hustings, put their name to a mandate that wasn't recognized by the electorate. So we don't look for excuses in other countries when things don't go well for us in an election. At the end of the day, it's up to the people of Canada who they choose for their premier. And, well, they have made their bed and now they have to lie in it, Patrick.
Well, there you go. I would also just ask, I'm sure you've seen it, a British journalist called Winston Marshall was in the White House yesterday, I think it was, and he asked whether or not the US and the Trump administration would look to accept asylum seekers from Britain, people who had felt that their free speech was being curtailed significantly over here under Keir Starmer. And I think, understandably so, the spokeslady there said, well, she hadn't really thought about that, so she'll get back to us. Have you now thought about it? What do you think?
I was with Winston Marshall right after he said that. He interviewed me for a whole hour for his podcast, so don't miss the next episode. Look, it's really important to us. It's a reason that it's the First Amendment to the Constitution, freedom of speech, just before the right to keep and bear arms, the Second Amendment, which makes the First Amendment possible. So, yeah, we welcome those who are suffering real persecution, not economic migrants or fake asylum seekers. My parents were refugees from a dictatorial regime to the UK. But I'll leave it to the Homeland Security Advisor, to Stephen Miller. I'll leave it to Secretary Noem of Homeland Security, to the Department of State as well, and former Senator Rubio. It's a little bit outside of my remit of counterterrorism. But yes, we are concerned. J.D. Vance's speech, the Vice President's speech in Europe on the negation of freedom of speech, was well timed, and we share that sentiment in the National Security Council.
Indeed. We are expecting President Trump to pop up at some point, and presumably he's going to rattle off his first 100 days, his achievements. There are some of the critics that say, of course, his opinion polls aren't doing that well at the moment. Do you believe them?
These the same opinion polls, Patrick, that said Hillary Clinton was going to win 8 years ago, and that said that Kamala Harris would romp home to a victory as well in November. Yeah, there's a reason it's called fake news. When you've got the American people saying 80% agree with the deportations, agree with the sealing of the border. I'll stick to the real love for America that defined the 77 million victory that we saw in November. So no, I'm not interested in the fake polls that got it wrong again and again and again.
I do want to make it, I mean, the clue's in the name with GB News. Obviously, it is primarily about what's going on, exactly where I am. And I do want to ask where we're at with a trade deal here between Britain and the United States. We hear a lot about the special relationship, as you know, many good patriotic Brits do really seriously value the special relationship. But where are we with it at the moment?
Well, there's more than 100 heads of state, 100 governments who desperately want to have better terms because we're not going to be the world's piggy bank anymore. So I am doing my work in the NSC. I'm a little bit concerned. My colleagues in the National Economic Council are now being deluged by these requests. They're having to rack and stack in an Excel spreadsheet the prioritization. But let me say, as a former Brit and as an individual who knows how much the president loves the UK, that I don't think you have much to worry about. And you saw that in the first decision to give you half of the tariff levy that was put against the rest of the European Union. So you're in good standing already, so don't complain, and we're going to fix the rest of it imminently if I were a betting man.
It didn't offend the president then that apparently Rachel Reeves, our Chancellor, said that it was more important to have a good deal and a good relationship with the EU than the US?
Who? I think that's probably what the president said.
Well, there we go, I suppose. Very lastly, Sebastian, sorry, because I know you're pressed for time, but is he going to run for president again somehow, do you think?
Look, I'll just say this. The president is the master of the social media trolls. So we like to have fun at the expense of the lunatics who suffer from Trump derangement syndrome. The craniums explode when people post things to that effect. It's just too much fun because we used to say that TDS is a joke. Now we know it's a clinical condition. So now and again, we just like to rib those that suffer from Trump derangement syndrome because it's just so easy.
It's just so easy. Well, a massive thank you. It's a real pleasure to have you not just on this show, but across GB News as well. I do hope to hear from you very, very soon. And, well, I suppose enjoy the next 100 days. Dr. Sebastian Gorka, the Deputy Assistant to President Trump. Tremendous stuff. Coming up, very first look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages, hot off the press. And, yes, I know I keep saying this, but it's true. Apparently, we are going to hear from President Trump, and we'll take you to him live as that happens. Stay tuned.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Whilst it's sunny and warm in the UK, it's very windy in Greece at the moment. It stays windy on Wednesday, showers in Cyprus, and also a spell of rain moving through Portugal, heading into Spain. That's going to be fairly heavy with gusty winds. Dry ahead of it for Barcelona, and for Italy, a pleasant day to come on Wednesday, but we keep the strong winds through the Greek islands and this area of showers and thunderstorms moving into Cyprus. It all settles down much more later this week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Can you find love in your twilight years? That's what we're asking this morning. Broadcaster Ryan Mark Parsons and former Conservative MP Anne Widdecombe join us now. Good to see you both this morning. Anne, let's start with you. Is 70 too old to date, do you think?
70 isn't too old for anything. Everybody ages at different rates. Both mentally, physically, in the sorts of things they like. When you say to me, is 80 too late to, is 70, well, we might even say 80. It's too late to find love. The answer is just look around you. Lots of people have. But let me say right away, no, that's not an invitation. I've absolutely no ambitions in that area at all.
Ryan, Mark, what do you make of it? Do we need to stop putting a bar on ageing and dating?
No, I don't think we should. I think once you get to such an old age, you really should be looking for love internally. I mean, you should self-love. I just don't see the point at 70 years old to be searching for love at that point. I think you should go on holiday somewhere. I think you should find love with the sunshine and a cocktail, perhaps, instead of looking for a man or a woman. I think at what point do you decide that you know, love is not going to come around knocking on your door? And I think probably at the age of 70, that is when you should decide it's time to give up. I'm 24, living in London. I know how incredibly hard it is to find love. I don't know how anyone who has wrinkles and grey hair at the age of 70, over someone like me, could perhaps find love. I just don't think it's possible. I think it's a nice idea, but I think it's not feasible. And also, I don't think there's any point at that age.
The People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Well, any moment now, we're going to take you live to President Trump. But before that, here are tomorrow's newspaper front pages. The Metro, Sycamore pair on a moronic mission. These are the two friends who allegedly filmed themselves cutting down the famous sycamore grape tree at Hadrian's Wall. That's according to what was heard in court today. The Guardian, Trump makes trade deal with UK second-order priority, officials say. And I think we got a little bit of that from the deputy assistant there to President Trump, Sebastian Gorka, who we had on moments ago, who said, look, there are a lot of people who want to do deals. Let's go to the Daily Express. Women's battle for safe spaces goes on. Now campaigners fight to have landmark ruling on biological sex enforced as a former judge who is trans plots a court challenge and doctors voice their opposition. Who would have thought, eh? Well, the iPaper. Blair blows hole in Labour's net zero plan. Tony Blair has warned that plans to hit net zero carbon emissions by halting the use of fossil fuels are doomed to fail. He's called for a fundamental rethink. And basically, the government insiders insist that the Prime Minister agrees with Blair on the need to forge ahead with some tech things. The Daily Telegraph, net zero is doomed, Blair tells Starmer. We'll zone in on this. It's the lead story on two national newspaper front pages tomorrow, so let's focus on that. Tony Blair, unflushable, he's back. He's back, and he's saying that net zero is doomed, Alex. What do you make of this?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's right. It is doomed. The public do not want this. They have not wanted this. They didn't want it from the Tories, and they certainly don't want it now. The reality is, then, this is the kind of weird thing for me, is that Blair seems to say things, and then months later, the Labour government slowly adopt it. Like, I mean, Blair was in that BBC interview, was it in like January, saying immigration, we've got to talk more honestly about immigration, we've got to do it. It took a few months, and then all of a sudden, Keir Starmer's going tough on immigration. I think Ed Miliband's days are numbered.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, you don't need the Tony Blair Institute for this. You could just listen to GB News. And be like, maybe we should be talking more about this stuff. Maybe net zero is a little bit of a risk.
Listen to the public.
So I'll go to you on this now, because how do you think Keir Starmer's going to react to the fact that the most successful Labour leader of all time, arguably, Tony Blair, is now basically saying, you know, his landmark net zero ambitions are rubbish?
Well, I just want to say, you're not quite right on the public view of net zero, because the YouGov's latest poll said 66% of people were worried about climate change, and there is overwhelming support for renewables. No, but there's also overwhelming support around, I think it was like 88% for renewables.
Yeah, but that same poll also asked people if they were willing for their bills to go up for net zero, and
but they're different questions. Well, but that's like, who would want their bills to go up for anything,
but that's
you
the
know?
point. But people saying that, oh, there's support for something, and whether they were actually there's actually they're willing to put their money where their mouth is, are two different things. Just because something sounds nice. If you ask people, actually, so should the government implement things that's going to...
But this is the point, and I think this is what everyone agrees on. If there is going to be a transition for cleaner energy, it needs to be affordable. You need to take the public along with you. And I think there are ways that can happen. And I think the key thing here, I think you might be onto something about some tension between Ed Miliband and potentially Rachel Reeves, because there is this question about if you want to make energy, the transition cheaper, the government needs to invest, and that is something that Rachel Reeves, who's holding the chequebook, will not want to do.
I will also add this. Tony Blair has called for carbon capture, which is not something that I think is a good... it's completely untested, but he's saying don't spend the money on net zero, spend it on carbon capture plants and facilities instead. So, it's the same thing repackaged, which, is slightly concerning.
You know my thoughts on Miliband. I think he's a complete incompetent, but I don't think the tension here between him and Rachel Reeves is mainly an investment. I think it's actually long-term what the viability of this is. It's not like there hasn't been investment in green energy. Since 2010, we've invested over £350 billion in it, and we have yet to see a reduction in our bills. This is why the idea that, the sound of a nice, clean energy and the actual reality of it, people's support, tends to shift. There is no overwhelming public support for this.
I mean, the reality I would suggest is that if Tony Blair is chiming in on this to the extent that he is, he thinks that if the Labour Party plows ahead with this, it will destroy them at the next general election.
I think it makes it very easy, as Esther said, if your bills are going up and it keeps being tied to the transition. But the reason energy bills are so high is because of our reliance on the global gas markets. I mean, and there is another argument for this, that it isn't just about the environment, it's just economic, it's about resilience as well. And yes, that will include some oil and gas in the transition, but it also has to be ways that we can disentangle ourselves from global gas markets and foreign powers.
The largest natural gas under our rocks that could power our country for 30 years. We could wean ourselves off. That's what I'm saying. We could wean ourselves off in sensible ways that doesn't punish the public.
But I think we're agreed. I think the transition needs to be just. It needs to be manageable. It needs to be affordable.
Net zero has targets, and that's the problem. It's forcing these targets.
Because again, is this not another example of Keir Starmer's total lack of conviction? I was at the Labour Party conference years ago when he launched this Green New Deal. He's been all about it. He's been arm in arm with Ed Miliband, Mr. Net Zero. And then actually, hang on a minute, we're here now and maybe we're going to have to row back on it. He either believes in it or he doesn't. He doesn't believe in anything. He's like a jellyfish. He's not got a spine.
The man has no conviction, which, again, I don't care about the fact that he has no conviction. I care about what he actually does. I think you raised an excellent point about our reliance on sort of global gas markets. We get about 40% of our gas from the Norwegians. A couple of years ago, Norwegian gas workers threatened to strike, which would have severely impacted us. But the argument isn't, let's move more to wind and solar, which is, by the way, expensive and inefficient. It is to use our own gas. We actually have oil and gas up in the North Sea that we're cancelling those contracts for God knows what reason.
So be careful you don't tell a little bit Ed Miliband about taxation on those energy companies, because he might have a little bit of a difficult time comprehending that.
He's not had a problem. There's another reason for tension between him and Rachel Reeves, as dodgy as the CV has been. She has had a real job. Ed Miliband has never had an actual job.
Okay.
Ever.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got a lot more coming your way. I'm just going to show you this clip, though. It's just astonishing moment that a smiling tourist zip lines completely unaware over the scene of a bloody terrorist attack. So the terrorist attack, this is the one that happened in India with the Pakistani terrorist, literally started happening as this guy just set off on a zip wire videoing himself. Take a look at this. Yeah, astonishing. I mean, you could hear gunshots in the background there. He's just on the zip wire. And if you watch the longer version of that, there's people, obviously, being attacked below him. And he's just totally unaware. I mean, utterly terrifying. He's called Rishi Bhatt, and he recorded himself soaring over the meadow in northern India last Tuesday. I mean, just, unbelievable, really, to think how close he was to that. Well, shortly, we're going to be going live to Washington and... Michigan, sorry, everyone. Sorry to the people of Washington and indeed Michigan. This is the scenes there, the first that we are seeing of President Trump, where he's going to be taken to the stage. We can see the lectern there, we can see the plinth, we can stay on this. I'll just stick with my panel on this now. Esther, your views on Trump's first 100 days?
I want to get off this roller coaster.
Oh, OK.
I've had enough.
You don't like him now?
Well, it's not I don't like. It's too much. it's haphazard. I don't think he inspires any kind of confidence. It's just been too unsettled. There's some good things, obviously, with the kind of, hardline immigration stance, but then the tariffs are just mad. And it's just, he is allegedly a business owner. He should know that businesses need to be able to plan. His behaviour has been completely erratic and irrational.
What I will say, though,
and it's made it difficult to plan.
Is when it comes to illegal immigration, which clearly a huge amount of people in this care about, he's done things like he's put the pictures of people that they've deported on the White House lawn. He has apparently seen a reduction of 99.99% compared to the last year of the Biden administration. This is all in 100 days. If you compare that to what's going on over here, I mean, we don't see pictures of deportation flights being beamed onto the White Cliffs of Dover as people are coming across, do we?
Well, I wish we would. I really wish we would, Patrick. But, he's doing everything he said he was going to do. Whether or not there's been some rockiness to that, he is trying to turn around a massive ship, a huge bureaucracy that has completely dominated American politics, and he's delivering what people asked him to deliver. He's delivering on his manifesto. It's as simple as that, and of course, it's going to disturb some of the European markets and some European people because they don't understand it. But as you said, the deportation thing was massively needed. He's deported hundreds of thousands of people. He's deporting them en masse, and we're sat here when there's been more people come to this country illegally than we sent the combined Allied troops on D-Day.
Yeah, look, any moment now we are going to be seeing the President of the United States of America take to that lectern and greet the crowd and talk about his first 100 days in office. I'm keen to know how you view it going at home. What do you think? Do you think that it's going well? Does he need a bit more time? Are you still in favour of Trump? Were you never in favour of Trump? But Zoe, one of the other things that he's done that he's going to claim as a victory, well, I suppose it is a victory, really, is that he's got men out of women's sports. Do you think that's a good thing as far as you're concerned?
I can't. I mean, people have their views on that. That may be what that may be, but there is a creeping authoritarianism going on in the US, which I think should scare everyone here. I mean, he's clamping down on free speech. He's threatening journalists. He's threatening lawyers. He is. No,
on the internet.
I'm sorry, but it's really frightening what's happening. And not only that, but the chaos from the tariffs. I mean, that is such an act of self-harm on the American people. This is going to end. Even his supporters are going to turn on him. There will be no Trump 2028, whatever the next US 2029, thank you, or whatever the next election is.
Legally, as I understand, it can't be.
I think it's chaos. I think it's chaos, and I think it's frightening.
Yeah, it has been chaotic. There hasn't been anything settling about it. Like I said, sort of the immigration stuff is good. The trans women out of women's sports, okay, fine. The stuff about the universities, that is a bit more concerning. Now, of course, these universities...
Explain that.
So these universities that have access to federal funding, like Harvard and all of these Ivy League universities, he is saying that they are not doing enough to protect their students, particularly students of Jewish faith, on campuses because they feel intimidated and they've been berated. OK, that's fine. Of course, universities have to make sure that their students are safe, but the definition of that is a bit wishy-washy. If they're not physically unsafe, if they feel threatened just because someone says something they disagree with, basically on, like, Israel or whatever, I think telling them that they're actually going to
get
have
a lot of money,
federal funding cut because of that
gets about $8 billion.
And arguably, they don't need it. They get a lot of money from the Qataris, from the Chinese, from tuition payments. However, you have to be very, very careful because if it's just based on actual speech and not physical threats of violence.
One of the other big things that is yet to come to fruition, of course, is a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Well, I think if that happens, then that happens, say, within the next 100 days, or realistically, I suppose, within the next year, right? And he's had a big hand in that. I do think that will be that, cutting illegal immigration to practically zero, getting men out of women's sports. I mean, those are three serious things you could hang your hat on.
But it's the economy.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, the economy, it always is.
Exactly.
I mean, the harm that he'll do to American industry.
But, at the end of the day, there are ghost towns in America because of globalisation and the tragic
But do you think this is going to help?
Companies.
Really?
Of course, they are going to have to come back to America if they want to survive, if they want to deal with America. It's the same way when he first became president in 2016, he wasn't even in office. He told all those car manufacturers, if you don't come back to America now, you will face a tariff. And what happened? They shut up shop in Mexico and came back to America. He's going to bring back jobs for working class Americans, and that's why he's going to win again.
Do you think that Keir Starmer has dealt well with Trump so far, Zoe?
I think he's dealt probably as well with as he could have done. I actually think he's played his cards pretty close to his chest. I think he's not rushed into anything because Trump is unreliable and unpredictable. And as much as I don't like Trump and I would be very nervous about the Labour government cozying up with him, I just think what Trump says he's going to do is not always what he is actually going to do. Yeah. You know, he's always kind of playing this kind of weird... Well, he thinks he's playing 4D chess and he's kind of not. I think a lot of it is much more chaotic than that.
OK, all right. Well, I'm just being informed that we are expecting President Trump, we think, in about 3 minutes' time or 4 minutes' time, which gives us just enough time, of course, to take you over to a very quick commercial break. And we're going to hold the fort here. Stay tuned. How do you think President Trump is going to come out and greet that crowd in Michigan and kick off his 100 days celebration? Stay tuned.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Well, joining us now is the Chief Scout at the Scouting Association, Dwayne Fields. Dwayne, welcome to the programme. Thank you for joining us. You must be delighted at the partnership with the Princess of Wales, and the video is you were in that creation.
Yeah. So good morning, first of all. Yes, I'm absolutely delighted with it. The Princess of Wales has been one of our joint presidents for some time now, and hopefully that will continue. There's no reason to think it won't. And I am delighted. Her platform allows for her to really basically become a megaphone for all the great things we do in scouting. And there's no denying it. Every single week, we've got 500,000 young people and adult volunteers meeting, and they are learning, building friendships, learning those really important skills for life, having fun, like I said, making friendships. And they're doing all of this voluntarily. And just like I am, so is the Princess of Wales. What you've mentioned there, you know, the being at one with nature, being at peace in nature, I think it's really important for young people to spend time outdoors. We recognize from all the reports, and you yourself have even spoken about it, mental health issues that we have in society nowadays. Now, this isn't the silver bullet, but I think it is part of the solution. The more young people we can get to spend time in our natural spaces, I think the better we'll be, generally speaking, when we're talking about well-being. Now, in regards to what young people do in our scout groups, it could range from cooking to map reading to model making. Whatever skills the volunteer brings are the skills that we utilize in our groups.
I just don't think I would suit the shorts at my age, but that's it. But there's
Dwayne. Look great in the necker.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christys tonight. I'm afraid we are still on Trump watch, yes, because it's been 100 days the United States has had President Trump as their president. You are watching, if you're watching us on television there, scenes from Michigan, where President Trump is set to come out any moment now. One of the stories that is on the front of, let me just get this up, The Guardian tomorrow is Trump-related, and that is Trump makes trade deal with UK a second-tier priority, that's according to officials. Donald Trump has made a trade deal a second-choice priority. US officials have decided to split their negotiations with more than a dozen other countries across 3 phases, with the UK being placed in either phase 2 or phase 3. There's two ways to look at this, aren't there? One way is, I suppose, that maybe that's got something to do with the way that he feels insulted by the Labour government previously. The other thing is, it's actually quite offensive to us. Are we not their special ally?
Well, I mean, does it? I mean, the reality is we aren't a massive economy to deal with, right?
Exactly.
He's got to deal with China. He's got to drive with. Well, yeah, but he's got to deal with the big boys, the EU, China, Japan, India, Brazil. Like, we've got to appreciate our position here. And I know, I don't like talking Britain down, but this is the reality of the situation we are in, because we don't have much to offer America.
One thing I do think was silly, and I know Sebastian Gorka, again, Trump's deputy advisor, was on this show earlier on, and he made the case here that basically if someone loses an election in a foreign country, it's their own fault. And I'm sympathetic towards that. But the Trump administration talks a lot about wanting to save the West. And I'm pleased with that. However, they decided to try and talk a lot about Canada becoming the 51st state, talking about Governor Trudeau, and actually being very disrespectful. If they'd been speaking about Britain like that, I wouldn't have liked it. And I don't think any of us would have liked it. And what happened? The Conservatives were flying over there, broadly speaking, aligned with the Trump regime. And Mark Carney, who, by the way, there's a story to be had about Mark Carney. How the heck has he gone from Bank of England governor to all of a sudden popping up in Canada, being selected to be the next Prime Minister, and then becoming
something that won't flush?
Very odd. But anyway, he's won that election. He's won an election that he would not have won, I don't think, if Trump hadn't been so dismissive.
This is what I mean. Like, Trump likes to say, oh, you never read The Art of the Deal, everything I do, you know, it's well planned out, you guys just don't get it. But it's not. It's just chaos, and he just says things. And then moments later, he's like, oh, I don't know why I said that. You know, when he was asked about his comments towards Zelensky in the Oval Office, and he was like, oh, didn't quite realise I spoke like that. You know, it's chaos.
If you're looking at this from a cynical perspective, and I think maybe I'm just going off on a bit of a mad one here, but he would rather deal with Mark Carney, who's a Liberal. If his goal is to make Canada 51st state, who would you rather deal with? Polivia, a hard-hitting Conservative, or would you rather deal with a wet Liberal like Mark Carney? I would say it's much easier for my people to get behind me attacking Mark Carney than it is Polivia.
Why would he want to make Canada the 51st state?
Yeah, why does he want to do that?
We're defending them, OK? We're defending them. We're giving them all the defense. And what do we get back from them?
He just wants chaos. Strings to his bow.
They don't even account for like 5%, even 2% of all the fentanyl coming across the US border.
I mean,
it's just
he's high on his own supply.
It's just chaos. It's unnecessary. The things that he said he was going to do that the American public clearly agreed with, making Canada the 51st state or invading Greenland, was not one of them.
Yeah, it's the rise of the American empire, but they're just going about it a completely different way now, aren't they? They want the land grab. Canada also has great access to the Arctic Circle, which is becoming another hot political battlefield as well.
One of the things that I think, again, that you could argue has been a big positive is the billions and billions of pounds that Doge has apparently saved American taxpayers. We can compare and contrast that to over here. We seem to be getting a new Quango set up every single week by the Labour government. We already had loads set up before by the Tories.
And they've been like 300 since July. They haven't seen a Quango they don't like.
So we're kind of going the opposite way here, whereas in America, they seem to have been trying to streamline the public sector. Do we not need to do that?
Well, people like the idea, obviously, of efficiency savings until it's their Medicare that's been cut, you know, or until it's their dad can't access life-saving drugs. I think all of these things, you get a drip-down effect, and suddenly people realise that actually that means they are not being able to access services that they used to be able to access.
Do you think one of the things that it did expose, though, is how many people were basically fraudulently claiming to have worked for the state, or indeed were just dead, and still getting paid. Where that money was going to, I don't know, you know. But I do suspect. All right, the dead thing might be a slightly extreme example. I suspect there's a huge amount of that going here. We've had someone who was a social worker who, because of work from home rules in this country, was able to have 2 full-time jobs and was only caught out when she was on a Zoom call, like a Teams meeting, and then didn't mute herself, took a phone call and said hello, and introduced herself as working for a completely different council. And you think, well, how many people are like that over here? You know, that maybe we need to have a look at those kind of things.
Don't hate the hustle. I don't see what's wrong with that. I mean, I would do it.
Well, there we go. I mean, of course, we're going to condone such behaviour, but there we go. How do we think Trump's going to play this then? So he's going to walk out to the Crown in Michigan. How do you see it? You don't have to do the voice again, Alex.
No.
How do you see it go? How do you see him going? This is going to be his big 100-day celebration.
Yeah, and this for this year at least, Trump's trying to make this all about this golden age of America, right? So he wants to play the audience up to saying, I'm going to give us this big reinvigoration deportation. We're done with the days of pandering to China, to all these. So I think he's going to, first of all, talk up his repertoire of things he's delivered. He's going to talk about how he's brought tariffs back and how he's deported all these people.
Well,
but here we go, we'll find out.
Thank you very much. Here we go. President Trump has just been introduced to the crowd. Shall we check in and see how rapturous the applause is there?
Doesn't look particularly rapturous to me.
Well, if you're listening to us on radio, President Trump is making his way very slowly to the plinth there in Michigan. It's his first 100 days. We're expecting him to rattle off a list of achievements. It'll be interesting to see how he deals with the tariff issue, which, to be fair, I think has been a little bit hit and miss, to say the least. He's got a lot of successes he can hang his hat on, though. The 99.99% reduction in illegal migrants, as well as streamlining public services, and as well getting, men out of women's sports. For 100 days, I suppose it's not bad going for a man who, of course, was supposed to have been assassinated not once but twice in the run-up to the last election. Here we go. He's just coming up to the microphone shortly. Let's just, think about the way that he might approach this. I imagine it'll be his usual bombastic form, won't it? We've got MAGA signs in the background there. USA, the flags everywhere. There's no shortage of patriotism in that room in Michigan. Of course, some talk as well that he might be deciding to try to run again at the next election, but he's got a long way to go before that's even on the cards, isn't it? But President Trump, they're milking it a little bit from the crowd. So we'll wait and see what he decides to go off on. Normally, he starts these things by pointing at random people in the audience, naming them, and then leaving people like me to try to figure out who on earth Katie and Steve are. But there we go. He's obviously got his trademark red tie and blue suit on. Back from his recent meeting with Zelensky at the Pope's funeral, I think we might be going to get from him something about those potential peace deals here in between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, it'll be interesting because hopefully we can get some wiggle room here. Here is the President of the United States.
Hello, Michigan. Thank you very much. Hello, Michigan. Hello, we love you, Michigan. We love you. We just had the biggest victory in Michigan. They said, sir, it's going to be hard. Well, we won it twice. We actually won it 3 times. You want to really know it. But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. I love this state. Got a lot of auto jobs coming. Watch what's happening. The companies are coming in by the tens. You got to see what's happening. They all want to come back to Michigan and build cars again. You know why? Because of our tax and tariff policy. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming up and they're opening up plants and they're talking to us all day and all night. They want to get here and they're coming in at levels you've never seen before. And I want to thank the auto workers for your support. That was great. But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And we're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country, and that's according to many, many people. This is the best, they say, 100-day start of any president in history, and everyone is saying it. We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in. And week by week, we're ending illegal immigration. We're taking back our jobs and protecting our great American auto workers and all of our workers, frankly. We're protecting all of our workers. We're restoring the rule of law, which was sort of out the window with this crazy guy we had. How the hell did that guy ever become president? Could somebody explain to me? How the hell did that happen? There's my friend, Blacks for Trump. I like that guy. He follows me. He follows me. We love you. Your whole group has been so supportive over the years. I want to thank you. Everyone thinks I pay you a fortune. I don't know. I don't even know who the hell he is. I just like him. It's true. Thank you very much. Thank all of the fellas. Thank them all. But we're ending the inflation nightmare, the worst that we've had probably in the history of our country, getting woke lunacy and transgender insanity the hell out of our government. We're stopping the indoctrination of our children, slashing billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. And above all, we're saving the American dream. We're making America great again, and it's happening fast, too. What the world has witnessed in the past 14 weeks is a revolution of common sense. That's all it is, really. We're conservative. You're conservative, you're liberal, whatever the hell. You know what it's all about? It's about common sense when you think about it. We're for common sense. We like strong borders. We like good education. We like low interest rates. We like being able to buy a beautiful car. And now deduct the interest on the loan. That's never happened before. We want a strong military. We want low taxes. You know, the Democrats, they campaign on, we will raise your taxes. It's the first time. You know, I haven't been doing this that long, actually, compared to a lot of people. They've been doing it for a long time. They say, you became president. I can't get out of Congress, or some of them can't even get into Congress. But, you know, I haven't been doing it that long, but all my life I've been watching, and I've never heard people campaigning that they're going to raise taxes. It's always been, we will reduce your taxes, Democrat, Republican. Now they go, we're going to raise your taxes. If our bill doesn't pass, the Republicans, we have 100% just about Republican support, but it would be nice if we had just a couple of Democrats just to make sure, because, you know, every once in a while you have a grandstander Republican. We have some grandstanders, but every once in a while, not many, but remember who those grandstanders were and vote them the hell out of office, okay? Will you do that? Vote them out of office. You know, they do it they're morally bound. You know what the answer is? If you don't get it, you're going to have the highest tax increase in history instead of the greatest tax cut in history. If the Democrats prevail on this bill, you get a 58% tax increase. Would you like that? These are the Democrats. But I've never seen all the years they campaign, we will raise your taxes. I say, this country has gone crazy. And today they did it again. Some guy that I'd never heard of. John James, is he a congressman, this guy? He said, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to start the impeachment of Donald Trump. What the hell did I do? Here we go again. They want to impeach me. This lunatic, he was up. Actually, I had the television way down, and I said to our great First Lady, listen, did I just hear I was being impeached again? We're getting good at this, though. No, they've gone totally crazy. These people, and you know what? They've totally lost their confidence, too. They can't even tell a lunatic like this dumb guy that said it. And then you have the other one that's always with the cane. He's always impeaching. He raises his cane. He always impeaches. But they have no control over those people. They have no control, and the reason is they've lost their confidence. They have no confidence anymore as a party. They have no candidates. And, you know, when they say that Bernie's probably the best they have. By the way, he's about 7 years older than me, more, 8 years older. One thing I got to give him credit, he's a lunatic, but he's still pretty sharp. And he's going around with AOC +3. You know, the +3 follow him. They hang on for little bits. They hang on for nuggets. And they get crowds. They say, oh, our crowds are so much bigger than their crowds. Their crowds are small. If I ever had a crowd like their biggest crowd, they'd say it's over for Trump. He's lost the magic. But this is great, and all the people outside, we love you. We put screens up. We're taking back our country from a sick political class that got rich selling America out and bleeding America dry. We don't let that happen anymore. And we had 4 great years. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. The stock market went up 88%. We did great. And we're going to do better now, because now we learned a little bit. After years of leaders who sent your money to defend the borders of distant foreign nations, that's what we did. We'd fight for other nations, but not for ourselves. You finally have a president who is defending our borders and our nation. After decades of politicians who destroyed Detroit to build up Beijing, you finally have a champion for workers in the White House, and instead of putting China first, I'm putting Michigan first, and I'm putting America first. After a lifetime of unelected bureaucrats stealing your paychecks, attacking your values, and trampling your freedoms, we are stopping their gravy train, ending their power trip, and telling thousands of corrupt, incompetent, and unnecessary deep state bureaucrats, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get out of here. In 100 days, we have delivered the most profound change in Washington in nearly 100 years. I read an editorial today that this is the most consequential presidency in history. How about that? And it wasn't even by a group that would normally be supporting us. It was a group of people that I think they tend to be on the liberal side, but they said it's the most important election. The November 5th, it changed it all. You have to see, well, you hear some of these numbers, but that is the most consequential election that we've ever had in our country. And what a nice thing. I'm going to start again subscribing to that particular paper. Even if I don't read it much, I'm going to subscribe. But it was a very nice compliment, especially from them. They know who I'm talking about. We're ushering out the long reign of special interests and the radical left lunatics, and we're ushering in the golden age of America. That's what we have. Right? Front row Joe. Look at you, front row Joes. I miss you guys. I miss the campaign. You haven't changed. You've lost a couple of pounds. Oh, he's probably getting to one of those jabbers. You've lost a couple of pounds. You look good. And I have Mr. Wall here. This guy. How many rallies have you gone to? Like hundreds, and we love him here. The Wall. One day I'm going to get that suit and I'm going to wear it on stage. We appreciate it, fellas. Great. Thank you. You know, we have a group of ladies, I don't know if they're here, but we have a group of women from North Carolina, a large group, like 50 of the most beautiful women, and they've been to 129 rallies. They're happily married, I think, too. They just keep going to rallies all the time. But they're great. North Carolina, where we won by big numbers. Nowhere has this transformation been more dramatic than our southern border. You have seen a change on your southern border that Sleepy Joe said couldn't happen. Sleepy Joe, the worst president in history, said it couldn't happen. The last administration engineered a massive border invasion, allowing gangs, cartels, and terrorists to infiltrate our communities and rape and murder our citizens, and that is being nice about it. That's actually being nice about it. They are the worst. But standing before you today, I can proudly report that this heinous betrayal is over and that we have achieved the most secure border in American history, by far, in American history. For 2 months in a row, we have now set all-time records, and this is by the media, the fake news media, which most of it is fake. We've set all-time records for the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. Think of that, ever recorded. The number of illegal border crossers released into the United States is down, listen to this please, 99.999%. Think of that, 99.999. 3 people got in. 3. And I got angry as hell at Tom Homan. How did you allow 3, Tom? I called up Christys. Christy Noem's doing a great job, Tom Homan. I said, how did you allow 3 people? No, they allowed a few in for medical reasons. They honestly, they had a couple of were very sick. The ones that got in were really very sick, and we had to take care of them, but it was a few people. But 3 people got in versus hundreds of thousands in the last administration. Hundreds of thousands a month were pouring in. Biden had no control. Thank goodness he appointed a great border czar, right? Kamala. She was a great candidate. She was fantastic. Joe Biden was down 35 points. The debate was not a good one for him. He said, you know, if I didn't debate, I could have gone all the way. He was down 35 points, and they decided to replace him. Nothing ever happens like what happens to me. It never happens to anybody else. I had to beat 2 candidates, so he's down. This is like you're in a fight. Dana White, the UFC, you're in a fight, and you're just beating the guy so badly, and they say, oh, let's put in another fighter. That's what happened. And I knew nothing about her. She was vice president, but nobody knew a damn thing about her. She had nothing to do with the border, even though she was appointed border czar. The great people, all of the great people, Paul and all of the Border Patrol people, they never spoke to her. They never heard about her. For 4 years, she never called. But there's never been such a difference in anything as the difference between the border today and the border what it was just 6 months ago. So I want to say congratulations, America. It's about time. If we had not won the 2024 election, oh, does that sound good, right? We won the 24, all that work. The radical left Democrats would right now be importing the next 10 million invaders and giving amnesty to 30 or 40 million illegals, many of them criminals, many of them, frankly, murderers and people of crime at the absolute highest level. Real bad people. It would only be a matter of years or months until America itself became a failed third world nation. That was happening to us. We were going to be a third world nation. I'll tell you what, if these guys won, if this group of radical lunatics, and by the way, you know, Biden, we find out that whoever operated the auto pen was the real president, and Biden knew nothing about it. You know, he had a group of radical left guys who were very smart, and a woman, a particular woman. Very, very smart people. These are not stupid people. These are sick people, but they're not stupid people. And they were very smart. What they're best at is cheating at election. They cheat on elections. That's their single greatest trait. They cheat like hell. And let me tell you, they tried to cheat on this election, but we made it too big to rig. Remember? Too big to rig. They tried. I watched those numbers. We had Elon with us. Elon is a smart guy. Elon was with us. Elon Musk. And I was sitting with Dana White and Elon Musk, and I'm watching the numbers in Pennsylvania, and we're winning so easily. Then all of a sudden it flatlined. And I said, you know, I think they're cheating again. Look at this. What's going on? I think they're cheating again. And Elon looked at us. He goes, no, you're going to win. They just don't know it yet. And about 15 minutes later, we won. You know, sort of crazy. I'll never forget. You're going to win. They just don't know it yet. But you know what? We made it too big to rig. It was too big. Starting on day one, I deployed the U.S. military to defend our country from the invasion of our border. I shut down all migrant flights. Do you remember when we're talking about people coming in, they're trying to deny it, okay? So people are flowing in. They say, no, I don't see any people. It's like, what's wrong? But then we saw airplanes going overhead. We said, what the hell are those airplanes doing? Big Boeing 757s were traveling right overhead, loaded up with people. I say, where the hell are those planes going? They were loaded up with migrants coming in illegally, flying in by plane, paid for by the U.S. government. I'll tell you, they are sick. Remember that day? That was the day we found out that not only do we have to defend it here, we have to defend it not only in the water, but we have to defend it in the air. The planes were going over us. I said, what the hell is that? I banned all welfare to illegals, and I signed an order that will end automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. No citizenship. For years, Joe Biden and the media told us that stopping the flood of illegal immigration was absolutely impossible. He said it was impossible. He didn't know what the hell anybody was talking about. He said it was impossible, that the president had no power to stop what was needed in the form of legislation. He needed legislation. He had no power to get it. But it turned out that all we needed was a new president. Within days of taking office, I signed the Laken Riley Act. Laken Riley, beautiful Laken Riley, who was killed by an illegal immigrant, viciously, violently killed. But I signed the Laken Riley Act to facilitate the expulsion of dangerous criminal aliens, and when necessary, we had to put them in jail. We couldn't take a chance that they'd come back in again. In recent weeks, ICE, who are great, these people are great, has arrested dozens of child rapists, along with murderers, kidnappers, drug traffickers, and thieves, and frankly, people from mental institutions. We've designated 6 murderous Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We have also designated 2 bloodthirsty transnational gangs, MS-13 and Trendiaragua, TDA. They've been designated the highest level of terrorists, and that lets us do a lot of things that you wouldn't be able to do. We got to get them out of here before they kill more people. They've killed plenty. My administration has increased arrests of known and suspected terrorists by 655%. Is that okay? We tried to get it higher. We tried to get it higher, but the courts are giving us a hard time. Can you believe? You know, I won on the basis of, I think the #1 thing was on illegal immigration, the border, the people pouring across our border that are from all over the world. They're unbelievably bad, in many cases, unbelievably bad people. I think that was the #1 thing. And now the courts are trying to say that, you know, that doesn't matter. I don't think it's going to be allowed to stand. Democrats have vowed mass invasion and mass migration. We are delivering mass deportation, and it's happening very fast. And the worst of the worst are being sent to a no-nonsense prison in El Salvador. Why don't you watch this? Watch this. Take a look. So under President Trump, America is a dumping ground for criminals no longer. They're not even trying to come in. But while we're fighting to protect Americans, the radical left Democrats, who are so bad for this country, are fighting to protect TDA, you just saw that, and MS-13 criminals, and you don't even know which is worse, but they are the top of the line. For years, Democrat politicians did not raise one word of protest as American women and girls were raped and slaughtered by these monsters. They were raped and slaughtered by numbers that you don't even want to hear about. But the second we try to deport them, the radical Democrat Party is racing to the defense of some of the most violent savages on the face of the earth. Who the hell would vote for these people? They're racing to the courts to help them, but this is not what the people want. This is not what they voted for in record numbers. I won the election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. And we got 312 electoral college votes. And just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Trendiragua, were arrested in Washington state for kidnapping a 58-year-old woman driving a power drill through her hand to extort her bank account information, shooting her, leaving her for dead. And miraculously, she just survived, but she's not feeling so well. In January, Trendiragua member in Chicago kidnapped 3 women, took them in an alley, lined them up, and shot them each in the head. They all died. And the FBI recently assessed that these vicious gangs have been sent by the foreign regime in Venezuela to foment violence and instability in the United States of America. Can't let that happen. And it's not just, in all fairness, not Venezuela. It's all over the world. It's all over. They come in from the Congo. They come in from Africa. The Congo, they emptied out their prisons into our country. But they come from Africa, Asia, South America. They come from all over bad parts of Europe. That's why we've invoked the Alien Enemies Act to expel every foreign terrorist from our soil as quickly as possible. Never forget the same people that we now claim we're just not taking this crap anymore. We can't. They're claiming that we're not allowed to deport illegals. And they're the ones who orchestrated an 8-year campaign to jail their political opponents. Do you know what I mean? They want to jail. They want to jail. That's all they can do, jail their political opponents. What they did to people is a disgrace. And now they come after us. Why are you not nice to them? Why are you not nice to them? They tried to jail your president. They tried to jail. Except for the really courageousness of a few very good judges, you know, we could have been calling you from the other side of the bar saying, hey, fellas, how about a little protest? How about a little protest? But they cheered the assassination of CEOs, looted our cities, and destroyed our property. No, they tried to jail our politicians, and they tried to jail a lot of people, many of whom didn't even know what the hell they were being looked at for. These people are criminals. If they had their way, we would be living in a third world hellhole. That's what they want. Removing the invaders is not just a campaign pledge. It's my solemn duty as Commander-in-Chief. I have an obligation to do it. Save our country. And that's why we got, despite the fake polls, you know, they do these polls where they interview far more Democrats than Republicans. I saw them over the last few days, and I had them checked out. They interview far more Democrats for the polls. They interview Democrats by big numbers and then Republicans by small. They say, Trump only has a 44% approval rating. Well, it's actually not bad. But when you figure that if it were a legit poll, it would be in the 60s or 70s. These people are a bunch of crooked people. No, they interview more Democrats than Republicans. In other words, they take the poll and they interview Democrats, they poll Democrats, and then they say, they try and depress it as much, just like they write bad stories. 97% of the stories written about me, think of it, were negative, and yet we won in a landslide because they have no credibility. And also, we cannot allow a handful of communist, radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws and assume the duties that belong solely to the President of the United States. Judges are trying to take away the power given to the President to keep our country safe, and it's not a good thing. But I hope, for the sake of our country, that the Supreme Court is going to save this, because we have to do something. These people are just looking to destroy our country. Nothing will stop me in the mission to keep America safe again. It's very simple. Keep America safe again. And our first 100 days have also produced historic results in the battle to defeat Biden's inflation disaster and bring jobs and wealth back to America, and bring them back to Michigan, okay? We want to bring them back. As an example, since I took office, the cost of eggs is down 87%. Now, right? You remember a few weeks ago, before Thanksgiving, before we heard about it, before I heard about it a long time ago, before Thanksgiving I heard about it, and then I was hearing that I wasn't president. This guy was barely president. Nobody knew, was he president? Who the hell was president? To this day, I say it was the one that operated the auto pen, but what do I know? But I was hearing about eggs, and then all of a sudden we have a great election victory. And my first week in office, they start screaming at me, "What about the price of eggs? Eggs?" I said, "I've only been here for 6 days. I was there 6 days." I said, "What's wrong with eggs?" They said, "The price of eggs has gone through the roof, and you won't be able to have them for Easter." So I put our very capable Brooke Rollins, who's our wonderful Commissioner of Agriculture that you know in Michigan. I said, "Brooke, I've only been here 6 days before I heard, maybe even less, maybe 5, maybe 4. But it was my first week. And I said, Brooke, you got to save me here. I'm getting killed about eggs. What the hell's going on with eggs?" She said, "Well, you can't get them. The price is through the roof, and it looks like we're going to have a real problem for Easter. You're not going to have eggs." I said, "Brooke, that doesn't sound politically viable to me. That doesn't sound good. Because nobody's going to believe me when you get out there that it's Sleepy Joe Biden's fault. So, Brooke, you got to get going, Brooke, please." And she did a great job. And you had so many eggs for Easter, and your price was down 87% from that point. Prices are coming way down. You know, the fake news doesn't say. They said, he pledged. Now, I pledged safe borders. I pledged all sorts of things. But they said, he pledged to bring prices down. Well, that's what I've done. They're trying to say the prices have gone up. Your energy, your car, your gasoline, they have 3 states this week, a couple of days ago, that were $1.98 a gallon. So gasoline prices are down by a lot. Energy prices are down. Mortgage rates actually just went down. Prescription drug prices just saw their largest monthly decline ever recorded. How about that? Remember what you heard. Prescription drug prices just took the biggest plunge ever since they've recorded the prices, which have basically gone up, except for my 4 years. They did pretty well, but we got to know that system. The system is a bad system, but they just took the biggest dive ever in the history of prescription drug prices. Think of that. That's a big thing. I got to say it again and again, because they will never tell you that. The fake news will never tell you that. Grocery prices have gone down. Everything's gone down. And yet, I saw this person on MSDNC, which I think is probably even worse than CNN. It's probably worse. Probably worse than CNN, but I saw this horrible, horrible anchor. How these people get jobs. I wouldn't hire them to do the most menial of chores. But I saw this person. He campaigned on bringing prices down. Every price has gone down. What am I going to do? I mean, think of it. Gasoline was almost $4 not so long ago. And now, Mike, we just hit $1.98 in a lot of states. Think of it. And they're saying, and you know what? And inflation is basically down. And interest rates came down despite the fact that I have a Fed person who's not really doing a good job, but I won't say that. I want to be very nice. I want to be very nice and respectful to the Fed. You're not supposed to criticize the Fed. You're supposed to let him do his own thing. But I know much more than he does about interest rates, believe me. Core inflation has reached the lowest rate in 4 years. And last month, we had the largest drop in consumer prices since the pandemic. This is all done in 100 days. Think of that. This is all done in 100 days. But when you watch the fake news, you see fake polls. Again, they poll more Democrats than Republicans. Democrats aren't going to say, I'm going to vote for Trump. And we still got 45, 44%. But on the legitimate polls, I think we're in the 60s. I think we're in the 60s or 70s or something. In 3 months, we have created 350,000 jobs. Think of that. For the first time in recent memory, job gains for native-born Americans now exceed job gains for foreign workers. This is for the first time, and nobody even knows when, Americans now are doing better than foreign workers. How about that? I mean, that's okay. I want everyone to do well, but that's okay. And to curb inflation, we're cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. We beat in the 4-year first administration, which was a tremendous success. We cut more regulations than any president in history, including 2-term presidents, including Roosevelt, who was more than a 2-term president. We cut more regulations than any president in history in 1 term, and now our 2nd term. And, you know, I don't know why. It was so important to win because they used to say, the fake news, to be a great president, you have to serve 2 terms. So now we're going to serve 2 terms. Now they've taken that one. Cross. Right? Right, Dr. Oz? Cross that one off. Cross that one off. No, they say it all the time. When I was out, they say, well, they go out through. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. But we've ended the radical left. Well, we actually already served 3, but if you count. But remember, I like the victories. I like the 3 victories, which we absolutely had. I just don't like the results of the middle term, the results. I don't want those results, John. I don't want those results. What results? What a disgrace. If we would have had this group for another year, we wouldn't have a country left. I really mean it. I don't think we would have had a country left. And now we're respected all over the world. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They're coming from India. They're coming from France. They're coming from Spain. Yeah, they're coming from China, too. Yeah, they're coming from China. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. And you know, we'll make deals, but we don't have to. We are the ones that have the product. We are the ones at the United States. They want a piece of our product. We can just set the price. But I want to be respectful and I want to be nice. But if it takes too long, I'll just set a price. Say, you could buy or you don't have to buy. We lost, think of this, we lost billions and billions of dollars a day. Billions, not millions, billions of dollars a day. And under Sleepy Joe Biden. What's better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Ready? A poll, a free poll. Because these pollsters are so corrupt. This is a real poll. We're going to poll Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe. Ready? What's a better name for us to call him? Sleepy Joe? Or Crooked Joe? I'm not surprised. This happens. I sort of loved Sleepy Joe, you know, it just had a nice ring to it. Because he had one ability I didn't have. He goes to the beach, right? And he could fall asleep on a cottage drooling out of the side of his mouth, and he'd be sleeping within minutes, carrying the aluminum chair, you know, the kind that's meant for old people and children to carry. It weighs like about 4 ounces. And he couldn't get his feet out of the sand. And he'd sleep, he'd fall on this thing, and he'd have, you know, he's president, so you'd have cameras. He'd be in a bathing suit. Somebody convinced him that he looks great in a bathing suit. He's 82 years old. Cary Grant didn't look great in a bathing suit when he was 82. You don't look great. You know, at some point you have other assets, okay? But that's not right. But he'd go and he'd walk in the sand and he'd fall into that thing, and within seconds he was sleeping. I'd be tossing and turning and scheming and thinking and saying, how am I going to beat China? How am I going to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine? This guy could fall asleep with cameras blazing, right? Not too many cameras were blazing, but enough were blazing that you saw it. I thought it was a great ability that he had, actually. We've ended the radical left war on American energy. We've stopped their crusade on coal. Did you see what I did the other day? Clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say clean, beautiful coal. So you have guys getting up, Department of Energy. We have great people at Department of Energy. They talk about clean, beautiful coal. You know, China uses coal. They're opening up a coal plant every week. A massive coal plant, but we're not allowed to use it, but now we are, because last week I gave it absolute, total approval. And you know what I don't give approval to? Those stupid windmills that go round and round and round. And we've ended the Green New scam. We've reopened ANWR, the greatest drilling site anywhere in the world, in Alaska, and implemented the new energy policy of the United States. You know what it is? We have a policy. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. That's our policy. That's our policy, Michael, right? Great Michael Whatley, head of the Republican Party. He's done a good job. Him and Laura, they took the party by storm, right? He had a good candidate, but had a couple of good candidates, didn't he? Michael's been incredible, actually. Michael Whatley, North Carolina. He watched in 2020. He did so good for me, and you know, he was in North Carolina. He did so great. What's the problem over there? What's the problem? Is that a radical left lunatic? He's just a child. All right, get him out. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought it was a guy. Thank you. And she now has to go home to a mother who's a big Trump fan. Her mother's watching. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said he, and it's a she. I'm sorry. To keep my promise to the great state of Michigan, I terminated Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, where you were mandated to buy an electric vehicle. You were mandated within just a few years to buy an electric vehicle. How about that? And you know what? They're great, but people don't. Not everybody wants them. You got to be able to buy a hybrid, a gasoline-powered car. You can buy lots of different cars, but you can't be mandated to do anything. And I've already proudly imposed a 20% tariff on all foreign automobiles, any foreign car, like they do to us. This is going to create more jobs in this state and this country. And to help these automakers bring their factories home as rapidly as possible, I've just signed an executive order to give partial tariff rebates to any company that assembles its cars right here in the U.S. In other words, if they can't make it in time because they have to do it here, otherwise they have it, I'm giving them a little bit of a break, right? They took in parts from all over the world. I don't want that. I want them to make their parts here. But I gave them a little bit of time. It's 15% and then 10% of the parts, so it's not so bad. Somebody would say, oh, well, that's a change in parts. It's not. It's called a little flexibility. The guys were crying. They love it. Everything's good. But just in case we can't get everything in time, we gave them a little bit. So it's 15% of the parts, and then it's 10% of the parts. We give them a little time before we slaughter them if they don't do this. Right? They're going to make so much money. They're going to have so many jobs. No, but jobs are way up. Jobs are way up. We're pleased to be joined tonight by Brian Pannebecker. Do you know who that is? Of the auto workers for Trump. And Brian is a union guy, loves the unions, loves everything, but he knew that Trump was right. Brian, come up here, Brian. I got to see Brian. Look at the arms in this guy. Look at the arms. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here on your 100th day in office of your second term. And I just want to remind you of something I told you at one of your last rallies before the election. I've got it on video. I've watched it dozens of times at home. After I was able to speak, I turned to you and I said, Mr. President, Macomb County is going to win Michigan for you. And that's exactly what happened. We had a margin of victory of 70,000 votes in this county alone. Thank you, Macomb County. You know, I met President Trump 8 years ago in Novi, and we had never met before, and as I was stepping towards him backstage to get my picture taken, I knew I only had 10, 15 seconds to say something to him before we got our pictures. Fortunately, my son was standing behind me, so I've got a witness to this. And I said, Mr. Trump, we've got the keys to the White House waiting for you in Macomb County. And he kind of chuckled. He said, oh, yeah, how's that? And I said, well, Macomb County is the home of the Reagan Democrats. If you come to Macomb County and you ask for their support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. And that's exactly what he did. So I want to say thank you to the auto workers, everybody who works in the automotive field, the suppliers, every one of you, the truck drivers. Thank you so much for supporting the greatest president in our lifetimes. Now, I've got a little business announcement I want to make. I hope the president doesn't mind. But when I was backstage with him earlier and got my picture taken, I said, Mr. President, I've got a deal that you can't refuse. And he said, what's that? And I said, well, I'm writing a book, and it's going to be about my political journey. I've been involved in some things here in Michigan, conservative causes like right to work and the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative. And I said, you have a publishing company, Winning Team Publishing. It's run by Don Jr. and his partner. I said, I'll agree to use your publishing company if you agree to write the foreword to my book. He stuck out his hand and said, I'll do it. That's how you negotiate with the best negotiator in the world. So listen, I got one last thing to say. All of us have a job to do. Number one, we have to win the 2026 elections. It has to happen. Sri Thanadar, that lunatic Democrat from Detroit, is already threatening to impeach President Trump if they get the majority back. But luckily, right now, we've got good people in Congress like Congressman John James over here who are stopping that from happening. But listen up. So we got to get out, and we don't have any time to waste. We got to start talking to our friends, our neighbors, our family, our coworkers. The campaign for 2026 starts tomorrow. We've got to win that election. So the work is not over. The work has just begun. November 5th was not the end. It was the beginning of the golden age. And let's all tell President Trump how much we support what he's done the first 100 days in office. Oh, yeah, I forgot. There's one other thing I wanted to say in front of all these thousands of people to President Trump. President Trump, I love you.
That's great. Thank you. Good man. He's a great guy. You know, he was with me from day one, 2015. Before 2016, he was there from day one. He got it. He said, we're losing our car industry. That's what he really cared about. He just said, I've had so many friends who were laid off. It's horrible. They lay us off like it's nothing. And the business went to China, it went to Japan, went to all countries all over the world. They're laying us off, sir. And then he said, we can solve that. I told him, we can solve that so fast. He's one of the early people that got it. And we've solved it. We're going to be doing numbers that nobody's ever believed. We'll be the #1 in the world again. Nobody can believe it because we have been beaten up so badly by these countries that have rigged the whole thing. They fight like hell. They're smart. Their product is good, but our product's going to be a lot better. We're going to do something that nobody believes, and he saw it right at the beginning. So I appreciate it, Brian. And he was there at the I love the guys from the beginning. I love those early guys. Those guys are right there. They were there from the beginning, too. No, you're going to see numbers, and you're already seeing them. Look, you know, we have many Hondas coming in, and they're coming in. We let them build their cars here. We don't want them to build them in Japan. We love Japan. We don't want them building them in Japan. We want them to build them here. We want China to build them in here. We want them all to build them right in here. That's what they've done to us for 40 years, and they've drained us. Now we're doing it to them at a better level than they ever dreamed possible. To further rebuild the industrial bedrock of our country, I've imposed 25% tariffs on foreign aluminum and steel. It's keeping our steel mills going. I did that. If I didn't do that with steel in the my first term, we wouldn't have a steel mill in the United States right now, and everybody knows it. I did it for washing machines, too, by the way. That's why I asked the people at Whirlpool. They were going to close. They were in deep trouble. I did it because they were dumping machines. I did a 50% tariff. Was going to raise it to 100%. They didn't even have to bother. They became a tremendously successful company overnight. They were ready to close. They came to me with tears in their eyes in my office early on, first term. And we're doing it now at levels never seen before, and the results are going to be even better, because we've been abused by friend and foe. And in many cases, friend has abused us more so than foe on trade. So I want to just let you know you're going to be very proud of this country very soon. And with my China tariffs, we're ending the greatest job theft in the history of the world. China's taken more jobs from us than any country has ever taken from another country. And that doesn't mean we're not going to get along. We get along with China. I mean, their tariff now is at 145%. So essentially, that's a big difference between that and zero. But I think it's going to work out. They want to make a deal, and we're going to make a deal, but it's going to be a fair deal. It's not going to be a deal that we lose $1 trillion a year like they did with Biden. That guy was so bad. He was so bad. Under Biden, and remember this, we were losing $5 billion a day on trade, and now we're making money. We're actually making money instead of, do you know what 5 billion, think of that, Mike, how many pillows do you have to make to lose $5 billion? You could make them for 1,000 years. No, we were losing $5 billion a year. Now we've got it where we're making money, and the tariffs haven't even really kicked in. The 25% on cars have. But you know what that means? That means that you're going to make the cars. We don't need the cars from outside. When they say, oh, sir, we want to send you a lot of cars, I said, we really don't want your cars. We really don't want. We want to make our own cars. That includes Canada. That includes Mexico, who have taken a tremendous amount of our business. Canada's taken off a tremendous, like 10, 12%. Mexico is 32%. They took 32% of our car production. We don't want them to have that. We want that. Why are we giving it to them? Why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year? Why are we subsidizing Mexico for $300 billion a year? There's no reason for it. I'm proud to be the president for the workers and not the outsourcers, the president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street. You know, I like Wall Street. I like Wall Street. I have a gorgeous, beautiful building on Wall Street, 40 Wall Street. Anybody? You want a little space? I'll get you some space real quickly. Now I've got one of the most beautiful buildings in the world on Wall Street, but I still like Main Street because you're Main Street. I want Main Street over Wall Street. And we want to protect the middle class, not the political class, that's all. I haven't done this very long. We want to protect our people. You know, this is the greatest, when you think about this, look, here we are, it's not even like election, it's after the election. And you have crowds like this, and to have them. We're going to do the commencement at University of Alabama. And they just called and they said, it's going to be the biggest crowd we've ever had we've never had a crowd like this. And I'm doing it at West Point, and they called and said the same thing. We love West Point, we love University of Alabama. We love Alabama. You know what I won Alabama by? Like almost 50 points. So when they called and they said, would you like to do the commencement? I said, okay, I'll do it. But they have the biggest crowd they ever had by maybe 4 or 5 times. They told me, thanks for all of the things that we've done and to our policies. Trillions of dollars are now pouring into the United States because of common sense, just common sense. Apple, great company, was building everything in China. Now they just announced that they're spending $500 billion to invest in America, not in China. My friend Jensen from NVIDIA, they're spending, you know what NVIDIA is? They're spending $500 billion. TSMC, the biggest chip maker in the world by far from Taiwan, they're spending $200 billion in the United States. Amazon, $21 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. The Mac, $20 billion. Merck, Stellantis, General Motors are putting in billions and billions of dollars, and many other companies. And as a result of our policies, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. They have a poll, a crazy poll, probably a fake poll too, so I don't know, I don't care. But first time ever, I think ever, that they're saying the country is headed in the right direction. Has never happened before. I don't know why. But we've accomplished more in 3 months than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or even 8 years, and we're just getting started. Believe me, we're just getting started. We're pleased to be joined by some great people. A person that number one, I have so much confidence in him. The fake news is after him, really after him, but he's a tough cookie. They don't know how tough he is, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Pete. Wow, that's pretty good. How are the Houthis doing? Not too good, right? They're not. Our new administrator of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, somebody that everybody knows, but this guy, you know, the show was a big success, but sometimes it hurts your image to have a television show. He's the top, I mean, he went to Harvard. I shouldn't even mention that anymore because that used to be a good thing. Today it doesn't mean much. But he went to University of Pennsylvania Medical School, top student, top doctor, top everything. One of the smartest guys in medicine, also a big star, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, thank you, doctor. Thank you. A man who waited today just came here. He was all sweaty and grimy. I said, what the hell happened? He ran into the building because he wanted to vote in Congress, and I hear we passed the vote. John James by a lot, right? And thank you for making it here. He had a vote. I said, John, do me a favor, stay and vote. We're voting essentially on the big, beautiful, that gorgeous, big, beautiful bill. I said, you know, I want you there badly, but you got to vote, please. So thank you very much, John. Good job. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt, thank you. Thank you, Matt. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. Michigan GOP Chair Jim Runstead. Thank you, Jim. Good job. Nice tie. Thank you, Jim. Great job. One of my favorite people. I mean, we just had such success. You know, we had so many votes stolen in 2020, and then this guy came in, and they didn't steal him from his state, North Carolina, I told you. But they didn't steal him. He had 601 lawyers, and they had lawyers at every voting booth. And I said, who is that guy that did so well? Because we won the state. Other states, you know, they inched us out, and, you know, at the end, they just inched us out, crooked as hell. But this guy didn't let that happen. His name is Michael Whatley, North Carolina, and now he's the head of the Republican Party, RNC, and he's great. And I must tell you, he worked with a great woman, my daughter-in-law, Laura, who was unbelievable. He's got a very successful television show. That was a tremendous combination. That was a very important combination. Also the great, and you see him on television, he's unbelievable. Hey, Stephen, come up here fast. The great Stephen Miller. Do we like Stephen? Where is Stephen? Come here, Stephen. I love this guy. I love this guy. There is nobody smarter or tougher than Stephen Miller. Stephen, say a couple.
Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America? President Trump has achieved the most secure border in American history. He's fighting violent crime. He's fighting the drug cartels. He's cutting your taxes. He's cutting wasteful spending. He's draining the swamp. He's standing up to the radical left. He's standing up to the communists, and he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you, your children, and your family, and President Trump will make sure that in this country, not illegal aliens, not criminals, not gangbangers, but American citizens come first, last, and always. Thank you. And thank you, President Trump, for being the greatest president in American history.
He's great. This guy, he is something special. And he's been with us right from day one. Right from day one, Stephen's been there, right? He's been great. A man who put on about 928 rallies for me. We didn't have a glitch. Justin Caparel. Justin, thank you, wherever you are. He's probably backstage working. We did over 900 of these. Thank you, Justin. And Margot Martin. Does anyone know Margot? Beautiful Margot. I call her the world's greatest photographer. Where is Margot? Margot's great. Where are you, Margot? And she's very shy, actually. She's both beautiful and shy. Thank you. Where? Where? Margot, come up here, Margot. Come up. Come on. You got it. This is the most beautiful. Now, look, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but I'm going to say it anyway. She's the most beautiful photographer in the world. I don't know if she's the best, but she's the most beautiful.
Trump 2028, anybody?
People love Margot. And how about Caroline? How's Caroline doing? How is our Caroline doing? Caroline has taken the world by storm. She's taken it. And, you know, we have a man here that I don't know, but he's defending me all the time on CNN. And he defends me really well, but he can't go too far, because if he goes too far, he'll get fired. I said, you're amazing. You can take it right to the edge. And he really does a good job. He's not allowed to go any further. He would be off, you know, if he really went totally crazy, which he'd like to do. But I think he's terrific. Scott Jennings. Where's Scott? Where are you, Scott? Come here, Scott. This guy, really, I've watched him for years. I don't know him, but he likes Trump. Come here, Scott. Oh, CNN, this is the end of Scott. Who cares? Don't worry, we'll take care of you, Scott. Scott Jennings, really great.
Thank you. Michigan. We were flying in here today, and I said, look at these farms. I got to get a farm in Michigan, because when you own as many libs as I do, you got to put a place to put them all. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Scott. And I also want to thank the rest of the Michigan Republican delegation for all the work they do in Congress, and who are back in Washington working on the big, beautiful bill. We're going to name it, I think, the big, beautiful bill. In 100 days, I've taken more than 1,000 executive actions, and I could recite our accomplishments all night long. And by the way, did you just see what I did? Straws. I wiped out the paper straw, little thing. These are the little things. Your sink. You ever try buying a new sink and no water comes out? Your shower heads, your toilets, the whole thing, it's a disaster. We now have it so you can have as much water as you want because it's not an environmental problem. You have areas that can't get rid of their water, and yet they put restrictors on them. You used to take them off, but now you can't because they're welded in, but now you don't have to worry about that because we've opened up your faucets and we've opened up, especially me. I don't like taking a shower where the water goes drip, drip, drip onto my luxuriant hair. I need a lot of water. I need everything I can get. I don't need to be under a shower trying to get water to come out of that damn thing. So we've opened up the shower heads, the faucets, the toilets, the washing machines that don't give you water. All of that stuff has been opened up, and we're giving you gas ovens, gas stoves, if you'd like. No more electric. You can have electric if you want. I have a lot of friends, they like gas better. You're supposed to sell your gas stove or get it, I don't know, who do you sell it to? Maybe another country, because we're the only country that would be so stupid to that. But the stoves now, you can have gas stoves, all you want. Put 4 of them in your kitchen. I couldn't care less. It's all common sense. People were so angry about that. Remember? They were all angry. Get rid of your gas stove. You have to go to electric. There's something they have with electric that's amazing. And by the way, Elon makes a great car, but not everybody's going to want it. You know, they all say, oh, well, Trump is, maybe he's under the thumb of Elon. Do you think Elon was happy about ending the all-electric mandate? I don't think he was too happy, but he's a great guy. You know, honestly, never said a thing. He says, let me just compete fairly. By the way, it's not fair what they've done to him, too. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace. But he's a great guy, and he's really helped us. And, you know, they've saved $150 billion on waste, fraud, and abuse, Doge. So we want to thank him. He's an incredible guy. Anybody that can land a rocket ship. I saw this thing come in. I said, you got to be kidding. This rocket's coming in. You know, most of them go right into the ocean. But he lands it. I was on the phone with somebody talking, and I saw this thing coming in. It's spinning out of control, coming down. It's all burning. It's on fire. It looks like hell. I said, well, just another rocket going into the ocean. And then all of a sudden you see the fire pouring out of the engines, and it starts to slow up, slow. Then it's straight. Then it starts moving over a little bit. Then I say, oh, no, it's hitting the gantry. It's going to hit. And the engines go, rah, straightens it out. And it gets hugged like you hug your beautiful little baby, right? And I said, who the hell did that? It was Elon. And he told me, you don't have a space program if you have to drop $1 billion machine into the water every time you fly. You have to save those suckers. So he does. He's an amazing guy, and he's a great American, and he loves our country, he loves you. And he's paid a big price to help, but I have a feeling it's going to end up being good for him, actually. I really do. I established the new Presidential Commission to Make America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. He's doing a good job, Dr. Oz, right? He's doing a good job. And he's a little bit different, but I want to tell you, he's a great guy, and he loves his country. Just last week, Bobby announced that we're banning 8 major artificial dyes from our food supply. Sounds good to me. And on day one, I created that right now, very successful Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon. That was a big thing doing that. I mean, the numbers are really incredible. Doge. So it was a very big thing. We terminated the left-wing money laundering scam known as USAID. How about the money that was going out? How about the money that was going out? Billions and billions. They were giving individual people billions of dollars. Can you believe it? People that had nothing, they got $1 billion. One got $2 billion. $2 billion for the environment. Had $100 in the bank. You got $2 billion. Not $2 million. You know, $2 million would have been a lot. 200,000 would have been a lot, but it would have been fine. $2 billion. And we directed all federal workers to return to the office in person, or unfortunately, they're fired. You're fired. You know, some of these guys got their golf handicap way down during the so-called time where they're supposed to be working at home. You know, they weren't working at home. Who the hell would work at home? How do you work at home? It's terrible. And we found a lot of them where they had second jobs. They were just taking us for a ride. They're all taking us for a ride. The foreign countries were really taking us for a ride, both on military and on trade. But we stopped it, and we're stopping it. I withdrew from the unfair and ridiculous Paris Climate Accord, where we were paying trillions of dollars. We would have spent numbers like you wouldn't believe, and China wouldn't have spent anything, Russia wouldn't have spent anything, India wouldn't have spent, but we would have spent over $1 trillion. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization, where we were paying $470 million. And China was paying, with a population quite a bit larger than ours, thank you. The problem with us, we have no idea what size our population. They allowed so many people on under Biden. But let's assume it's 325 million. China's 1.4 billion. We were paying $470 million. And China was paying $39 million. And China was running the whole show. So I said, no, thank you. I withdrew. They offered me to sign up at $39 million. I still said no because it was sort of scammy. I didn't like it. And Biden came back in, and he signed up. And they knew we could have signed up for $39 million or less. He came back in, and he signed up for the same as what they were paying before, almost $500 million. Now, that's a lot of money, but it's nothing compared to the trillions of dollars that they waste. But that's the way it is. They know they can sign up for less. They don't even care. It's like they don't want to have the conversation. And you're talking about a $450 million difference. But they came up right in the first week. He said, no, we're going right back in. Okay, I can understand that. But you go in for $39 million. They could make a deal for $39 million. They signed up for $472 million. And I withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council, which is totally disgusting. In 3 months, my administration has brought home 46 American hostages and citizens detained abroad. We paid nothing. We don't pay. We don't pay. You know, if you pay, those kidnappings go way up. We don't pay. Every time Biden brought people back, he'd pay $6 billion. $6 billion. $6 billion. 3 times they brought back 3 hostages. Oh, how is it? Well, I think it's a fair deal. What do we pay? $6 billion. Wait a minute. For 3 people, $6 billion. $6 billion. It's not right. I mean, it's just not right. They have no idea. Honestly, grossly incompetent, stupid people. More than Biden brought home in 4 years. We brought more back in just a matter of weeks than Biden brought home in years. And he paid a fortune, and we paid nothing. We got Mexico to turn over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. And we're charging Mexico and Canada and China big tariffs because of the fact that they've allowed fentanyl to come in and poison our country. They're paying a lot of money for that. And because of that, you'll watch, it's going to stop. It's already slowing down. Within 6 weeks, we also apprehended the terrorists responsible for the attack that killed 13 American service members, known as Abbey-gate. I got to know them. I got to know those families very well. They're devastated. During the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and brought him home. I mean, we brought this guy home to America. We got the guy that did it. We got him. They were looking for years, but we got him. It took us to get him. We got him in the first month. Brought him home to face justice. And it was that gross incompetence that probably led Putin to go in and attack Ukraine, because they were never going to. That was never going to happen. If I were president, the Ukraine-Russia war would have never, ever happened, not even a little chance. We have ended the weaponization of law enforcement and fired Joe Biden's handpicked, these are pro-crime U.S. attorneys except if it's a political person like me. You know, I was under investigation more than the late, great Alphonse Capone. Al Capone was the greatest gangster of them all. If he had dinner with you, and if he didn't like you, you were dead. You were a dead person. You'd be under a foundation somewhere in a nice big building or sports center going up. And I spent far more time under investigation than Alphonse Capone. How about that? You like that? I didn't like that. I didn't like it. We removed senior FBI officials who were corrupt and misdirected the resources they sent to SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages, what they did to those J6 hostages. And they did nothing to the people that took over Portland and took over Seattle. They literally took over a big portion of Seattle, or in Minnesota, Minneapolis. You remember that disaster where they said, no, this is a peaceful rally. The CNN lunatic anchor, the guy has about the personality of an ant. This is not a man meant for television. He said, no, the rally is quite peaceful. Then he got hit with a brick or something. And over his shoulder, the entire skyline of Minneapolis was burning. You remember that one? The entire skyline was burning. And I have to be careful because that gentleman right there, one of the greatest purchasers of advertising in the history of the world, Mike Lindell, there has never been a better purchaser. He comes from Minnesota. No, congratulations. He's the greatest purchaser of ads in history. If he would have bought my ads, I could have had 10 times more ads on. There's never been, is there any station that doesn't have a pillow ad in? But he's great, and he's doing great, and he's got a beautiful new wife and all that stuff, and I'm proud of you. Look at him holding hands. They're still holding hands. I'm very proud of him. That's nice. Usually by this time, and a lot of people I know, Mike, by this time it's over. It's over. Look at you holding hands. I love that. I saw that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We created a brand new DOJ task force on anti-Christian bias. It's a big problem. I see the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. Remember the laptop from hell? Remember the laptop from hell? When you had the 51 agents, they said, oh, Russia did it. Russia did it. Russia did everything. Russia did it. And it was all like horrible, disgusting stuff. You hadn't seen the worst of it, but it truly is the laptop. By the way, a very brilliant reporter for the New York Post wrote a book called The Laptop from Hell. You ought to read that book. It is really, it tells you the facts, okay? It tells you the facts. Miss Devine, the great Miss Devine, she wrote an amazing book, actually, The Laptop from Hell. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself because he's corrupt. And I banned all government censorship and restored free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have free speech. I ended all of the lawless so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion bullshit all across the entire federal government and the private sector. And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. And a really easy one, this was the easiest one I had. I banned men from competing in women's sports. You know, they always say that's an 80-20 issue. No, that's about a 97-3 issue. I also proudly banned the use of puberty blockers and other chemical and surgical, right? All these mutilations of our minor youth, I banned it all. I signed executive orders to abolish critical race theory and transgender insanity from our schools and from our military. We fired the woke boards of visitors at our military academies. We have great people running our military academies now. And I've directed the reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military by the Biden vaccine mandate with full back pay. After years of missed targets, our military suddenly has the best recruiting numbers in 30 years. Every branch is setting records. Don't think of that. 6 months ago, you and I were reading that nobody wanted to join the military, right? Now, we've just set a record of recruitment that's stuck. We have a waiting list of people that want to go into our military, and we have a waiting list including for police and firefighters, because our country has spirit again. We have spirit. Our country has great spirit again. Last month, I signed a historic executive order to begin the process of eliminating the Federal Department of Education and send education back to Michigan. We're going to send it back to our states, right? We're going to send it back to our states to run. I mean, how the hell bad can we do? We're like in last place. If they do badly, you're going to do better. They're going to do great, though. I think they're going to do great. I'm very proud of it. Linda McMahon, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. And I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I ordered the release of all remaining files related to the assassinations of Presidents John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King, Jr., and they're all out there. And I made myself very unpopular in Mexico by renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. He's a very good president. And you Italians are going to love me, because just yesterday I brought back Columbus Day in America, especially for Italian Americans who were so badly treated by its removal. I also signed an order to require proof of citizenship to vote in American elections. That was easy. And the Democrats fought me in that. Think of it. Why would they want no voter ID? Because they want to cheat. Why would they want to have no proof of citizenship? We don't want it. We trust everybody. No, they want to cheat. That's all they want to do. Think of that. No voter ID. In Michigan, you must never allow ranked choice voting to be here. Never. We've done this all in 14 weeks. That's one. Remember that. 100 days. We've done all of the things that I named and a lot more, and we're counting, and it's going to be better. Wait till you see the results of some of the things that we're doing. In the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that will include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it will be the biggest bill ever passed in our country's history. It will include the biggest tax cuts, regulation cuts, military supremacy, and just about everything else. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening. With our tax bill, the average family's take-home pay will be at least $5,000 more than it was just a couple of months ago. We will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors with no cuts, and we will defend Medicaid for those great people that are in need. House Republicans are working to invest more money in Medicaid than we spend today. The only thing we're going to cut is the corruption and the crooks that take advantage of some of the illegal schemes. So we want to preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable, for our kids, pregnant women, the poor, and disabled Americans. We will fully and permanently secure our border. We will make the largest ever investment in U.S. military and build the Golden Dome missile defense shield. That's going to all protect us so we live a long and beautiful life. It's going to be made in Michigan, and it's going to be made right here in the USA. And 1 hour ago, I just made a speech at Selfridge Air Force Air National Guard Base, announcing that we are saving it, keeping it open, including thousands of jobs with the brand new state-of-the-art F-15s, which are coming to Selfridge. And we will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. I will defend religious liberty, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. We will celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding in 2026, and we will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And one day soon, American astronauts will plant the flag on the planet Mars. That's going to happen very soon. Every single day of my administration will continue to live by the motto, promises made, and you've seen it before, promises kept. From Marquette to Midland, from Mackinac to Saginaw, and from Lansing to right here in Macomb County, we stand on the shoulders of red-blooded Michigan patriots. What great people. I love you, Michigan. Who laid the railroads, worked the factories, tilled the field, forged the steel, fought the battles, and won the victories that built the Motor City and made this state into the pride of the America Midwest. And you know what? We're going to make it better than it ever was. It's already happening. You see what's happening. Michigan is the state that gave us the assembly line, Motown, Ford, General Motors, Chrysler, and put the world behind the wheel of an automobile. And under our leadership, we are making it greater every single day, and the automobile business in Michigan will soon, and it's going to happen really soon, it's already happening. They're signing left and right because of my taxation and tariff policies, which are policies of common sense and genius, be bigger and stronger and better than ever before. It's going to get better than ever before, and it won't even be close. Companies will be pouring back into Michigan. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And on November 5th, 2024, it was hardworking patriots like you who saved our country. So thanks to your help, your love, and your support, after 100 days back in the White House, America is a free, proud, and sovereign nation once more. And our magnificent destiny is closer than ever before. It's closer than ever before. You have no idea how close it is. Our golden age has only just begun. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. Together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. I love you, Michigan. I love you. Have a good time. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you.
It's fun to your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can.
Welcome back to GBN Tonight with me, Christopher Hope. Now, this evening at 9 p.m, it's Patrick Christys Tonight, and the star of that show joins me now. Patrick, what's on tonight?
Well, I've got loads on, Christopher, but one of the standout things is today is the day that Reform joined forces with a Labour peer to ramp that pressure up on Jess Phillips to have a national grooming gang inquiry. I spoke to Tory MP Katie Lamb. Now, I did ask her why the Tories had allowed so much immigration from Pakistan in light of this particular grooming gang scandal. But I also asked her about her views on Jess Phillips, and she thinks that Jess Phillips is letting down working-class girls. Here she is.
Test is what we do when we're in power, and by far the most important and impactful and positive thing that she can do for these victims and for the public who deserve to know the truth is hold a national inquiry. And as I say, if she's not willing to do that, then I think, unfortunately, yes, she is letting those girls down.
It's an incredibly punchy interview, Christopher. I'm going to be talking about all of that. I've also got Donald Trump's counter-terror expert, Sebastian Gorka, joining me to look at the president's first 100 days. I'm going to be examining whether or not Labour are being completely honest as well about the deportation, or should I say anyway, lack of asylum status for foreign sex criminals. I'm not sure we're being told the full truth about these European power outages. I wonder whether or not we're on the brink of a British meltdown. There, Manchester apparently has just ground to a halt in the last couple of hours due to some electrical fault. And should male doctors be allowed to examine female patients' breasts? All of that and more, 9 to 11 p.m.
It's a great show, Patrick. We'll be tuning in. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Now, welcome back again to GBN Tonight with me, Christopher Hope. Foreign sex offenders are to be barred from claiming asylum in the UK under a new law announced today by the Home Secretary. The legislation will give ministers powers to block protection under the Refugee Convention for any foreign national convicted of a sex offence. But the Conservatives have criticised this measure, claiming that a loophole remains and it's in place for criminals to launch human rights claims to stay in Britain, and have called on the government to repeal the Human Rights Act. Yes, that all over again, on all immigration matters. Joining me now to discuss this is Sir Michael Ellis, the former Conservative Attorney General and a former Solicitor General. Sir Michael Ellis, thank you for joining us.
Evening, Chris.
On GBN. It's like great to see you in the studio. What is going on here? All the roads always go back to the European Convention on Human Rights, and can we pull out of bits of it to make this work? Because why on earth these people can stay in the UK after offending here is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and it's, of course, the same old chestnut, isn't it? But I'm afraid I do think this is a bit of a stunt. It's a pre-local election stunt by the Labour government, and you can understand why they might use this timing to introduce that stunt, but the fact is it isn't going to be worth the rather expensive paper that it's written on if they're going to produce a bill on this, because it won't work. And the reason why it won't work is because there are, frankly, multiple loopholes that will be left in place. We know that because it's not dissimilar to other attempts that have been made in the past. And unless you close all of those loopholes, the very nature of a loophole is that someone's going to go through the last one remaining.
So briefly, what are they? Because you are our most senior law officer in the last government.
That's right, and so there are multiple loopholes, but we all have heard, haven't we, of the ECHR. We've all heard of judicial review. We have heard of the mechanisms like those that you see under the Refugee Convention and, of course, the Human Rights Act. So they're the same old chestnuts that come up again. Labour is saying, well, under the 1951 Refugee Convention, we're going to change this, that and the other. But the truth of the matter is that there's a reason why that convention dates from 1951, and it's only been a problem in the last 10 or so years, and that's because of the way that 51 convention has been interpreted. So it's
by courts?
By courts over the recent years, particularly over recent 10, 20 years. So the same convention and the same ECHR applies to other countries in Europe, Italy, Greece, for example, but they don't have the same judges who are actively interpreting legislation that exists in a way that is so favourable.
So are you blaming, and it's a big deal because you're a KC, you're a King's Counsel.
Yes.
You're a senior barrister. You know, often barristers all club together and defend judges, but you're saying here it's activist judges undermining what frankly should happen anyway.
Well, I don't blame judges because I blame politicians. Because
but you're saying it's the same laws in France and Italy and they apply differently.
And ultimately, of course, what that means is that it's up to politicians to legislate to close off loopholes that judges can use. That's why, ultimately, because you have a sovereign parliament, Parliament is responsible. And if they don't like something judges are doing, it is up to politicians to stop the judges.
And we can remove ourselves from elements of the European Convention on Human Rights, because often we see offenders saying, I've got a family here.
That's right.
My right to articulate my right to a family life is then overrules any attempt to remove
But of course, these post-war, many of these conventions that we adhere to were post-war conventions which were designed to protect people who were suffering great hardship and had suffered enormous hardship under the Nazis, for example, and fascists in World War II. But of course now, over the course of the last 80 years, and we're coming up to the 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day, over that 80 years, now the human rights have been interpreted not in the same way as they were 80 years ago, but now if they don't have a mobile phone, for example, if they're not given a mobile phone, their human rights are being breached.
We think back to Abdul Azizi, the Clapham chemical attacker who was given asylum in the UK under your government. By the way, let's not forget that, despite a previous conviction of sexual assault, I think under your government anyway, but certainly under governments here, despite a previous conviction of sexual assault. What they're doing here, what Yvette Cooper's doing here, then, is you can exclude foreigners convicted of sex offences even if their sentence is less than 12 months. Before, it was over 12 months. That is tweaking it, but is that enough?
It's tweaking it. It won't be enough. It won't be enough, because what will happen is that clever lawyers will find a loophole around it. They might, if they don't find the Refugee Convention helpful anymore, they'll apply the Human Rights Act. If they don't like to apply the Human Rights Act, they'll look at other provisions of ECHR, and they'll simply use another loophole to jump through.
Parliament's got to act, in your view, and that means removing from elements of ECHR.
Well, exactly, Chris. We have a sovereign Parliament. It is ultimately up to Parliament. It's up to politicians to have the nerve to do robust things if they really want to stop this.
How would that look internationally by pulling out parts of the ECHR? We lecture other countries, China, Russia, on human rights issues, but if we pull out of the ECHR, they'll just say, well, what are you up to then?
We were adhering to human rights, frankly. We were adhering to proper human rights in this country long before most countries in Europe were even democracies. We were doing so, 100 years ago. We gave defendants the right to speak up for themselves. We did, clearly, we have led the way internationally. And I think those who catastrophize this and say, well, if we derogate from various pieces of legislation, we will suddenly become totalitarian. Well, I'm afraid that doesn't hold water.
Because the point of Brexit was to give power back to MPs in the building behind you on the screen there, back to Parliament.
They've got to use that power.
And use the power.
Yeah.
And they don't want to.
That's it, Chris. They've got to have the backbone to use the power.
But you didn't do it, did you? I know you left office in July last year. Well, you personally, but you corporally as a government.
Well, I think, look, we are where we are now.
But why didn't you? Because you feel this now, passionately, I get that. Why not do it when you're in power?
Well, of course, my power is rather limited, Chris, if we're talking about me personally, but you make a perfectly reasonable point, which is that whoever the politician is, whatever the political party is, the only way this is going to be dealt with is if someone says robustly, we've got to close off these judicial review loopholes, and it's patently obvious to all your viewers that that hasn't happened up to this point.
There's a political price, and Reform or other parties who are in government benefit from this, I think, against both Labour and the Tories.
Well, that is clearly, what has been happening, but we do need to face the reality that these are complicated matters, but I think ultimately we've got to respect the will of the people. That's something that has not happened, and it's clear what the will of the people is now.
Sir Michael Ellis, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Chris.
Tonight, indeed, on GBN tonight. Great to see you here. Now, coming up next, I went down to a wartime-themed protest which aimed to highlight threats to the UK's food supply. And I spoke to the Shadow Farming Secretary and some farmers who are worried about keeping food on our table. Stay with us.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Whilst it's sunny and warm in the UK, it's very windy in Greece at the moment. It stays windy on Wednesday, showers in Cyprus, and also a spell of rain moving through Portugal, heading into Spain. That's going to be fairly heavy with gusty winds. Dry ahead of it for Barcelona, and for Italy, a pleasant day to come on Wednesday, but we keep the strong winds through the Greek islands and this area of showers and thunderstorms moving into Cyprus. It all settles down much more later this week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
It's Patrick Christys tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christys tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Coming up next, I went down to a wartime-themed protest in Westminster, which aimed to highlight threats to the UK's food supply. And I spoke there to the Shadow Farming Secretary and some farmers who are worried about keeping food on their table.
With me now in Whitehall by this war memorial for the Royal Tank Regiment, along with a vintage Massey Ferguson tractor, is Liz Webster, who's a beef and arable farmer. Liz Webster, why are we here?
Because farmers and people involved in food production are acutely aware of the dangerous situation that we are in for food. We walked into this actual similar situation in World War II. We are being told, and we're seeing events globally, that war is becoming more likely. The government recently told us that they needed to save British steel because war was likely and we needed British steel. And what we're saying is, look guys, food is in a really precarious position and it's being taken for granted. Food was replaced as a priority by the environment in the Agriculture Act, which only mentions the environment, not food. And so we are sleepwalking into a war situation without adequate food supplies, and that's very dangerous. And the last time we did this, it ended with the government directing people in cities to euthanize their pets because food was so short. And that is a little known story that we're deeply sad about. But that's what we're trying to evoke, because the government are being cloth-eared, not listening to any of us, and they are directing more harmful policies towards agriculture, which puts all of us at risk. You saw events in Spain yesterday. It will be a million times worse.
Liz Webster, thank you for joining us today on GBN Tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
With me now is Victoria Atkins, the Shadow Agriculture Secretary. Victoria Atkins, campaigners here are giving out ration books, aren't they? Ministry of Food books. Here's one for you to see. We're by a Second World War memorial, by a vintage Massey Ferguson. They are concerned, aren't they, about food security. Now, in the big debate on farming, we know about the tax impact on farms, but is food security as big as an issue?
It is an enormous issue, and the message I try to get in every interview that I do is that this doesn't just matter to family farms and rural communities. It matters to all of us because we all eat food. What I'm worried about is that the measures we're seeing from this Labour government, whether it's the family farm tax, whether it's enhancing compulsory purchase orders for local councils in Natural England to seize farmland, whether it's the taxation that's driving lots of businesses to the ground, all of these measures are making what is already a tough industry even tougher, and for some just not survivable.
At some point, people like me, journalists, will stop putting it on you as a Tory government, but you were in charge for 14 years. Many of these policies on set-aside land, on rewilding, were established when you were in power.
Well, if I may, on the SFI scheme, which at the risk of getting all techie, is the scheme that we put in place to help both nurture our countryside, because as a Conservative, I want our countryside to be in an even better state than that which we have inherited. But after Brexit, that gave us enormous freedom to do this. And so we were working with farmers to get SFI in place to ensure that they were not only being paid to grow food, but also for the public good they do, such as preserving hedgerows, such as
SFI.
SFI's Sustainable Farming Initiative. And what's so criminal, and I use that word, is that this government stopped that scheme late on a Tuesday night without any warning. So farmers who have already been investing in these environmental measures, have already been trying to, reflect the public will that we look after our countryside whilst we feed ourselves. Labour has just stopped that dead, and that is unforgivable.
Thank you. Victoria Atkins there with a warning about food security in this country. That was a protest earlier today organised by Save British Farming to highlight the deepening crisis affecting UK food and farming, and they want to get that looked at and addressed by people like Victoria Atkins. Now, coming up next, State of the Nation with my friend Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. So, Jacob, you're here with some gifts.
I am. I fear the Rees-Mogg even when he bears gifts. But this gift is a wonderful Bath Oliver biscuit, which I think you're going to show to the camera.
I'm showing the camera there. You see that? This is a Bath Oliver.
Bath Oliver biscuits are the king of biscuits. They are the most delicious biscuits, indeed the only biscuit for eating cheese with, particularly Somerset cheddar. They've been the mainstay of my diet since I was a schoolboy.
Yes.
And the dreadful company that makes them, that has one of those funny consignia-like Play-Doh, seems to want to get rid of them, which is a great pity because they're enormously popular. They are a sort of high-quality gentleman's biscuit.
They brought in to treat gout in the 18th century. Do you have gout?
You see, I don't have gout, and that's because I've eaten Bath Olivers all my life.
So, surely players do say that it's a much less biscuit, but people's changes and their tastes have changed, and they are very sorry. We're out of time.
Bad enough already.
Coming up, State of the Nation, but first, the weather. Here's Alex Deacon.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Been a cracking day today, if you like, sunny weather in spring. And, well, guess what? There's more to come tomorrow. If anything, slightly warmer, all thanks to this chunky area of high pressure dominating our weather, allowing the sun to do its thing and warm things up day by day. There is a weak weather front across the far north of Scotland. It's not been sunny here all day. Quite a bit of cloud, and that cloud thick enough for a little bit of drizzly rain to return to Shetland through the early hours. But elsewhere, it's a dry night, maybe a little misty. Temperatures dipping away in the east, turning quite cool here down to single figures. But further west, a very warm night, actually, particularly parts of Western and North Wales, where we may see temperatures holding in the mid-teens. Pretty unusual for the end of April. There's a bit of a breeze which will continue to blow along the south coast, New Hampshire down to Cornwall, but otherwise the winds are pretty light. Any mist and fog will disappear very rapidly in the morning. Some thicker cloud again over the Western Isles of Scotland and over the Northern Isles. Maybe the odd shower here and there, potentially over Caithness, particularly through the afternoon. But most of Scotland, most of Northern Ireland, England and Wales having another blue sky day tomorrow. And yes, it will be the final day of April, seeing those temperatures lifting higher and higher, probably the warmest day of the year so far, likely to get widely over 20 degrees Celsius. Well, we've got a bit more cloud across northern Scotland, temperatures maybe in the teens, but elsewhere, as I say, over 20 degrees, and in the south and southeast, 27, maybe 28 degrees Celsius. It'll be another warm one in the south on Thursday, but further north a change. A weather front moving in, bringing much more cloud, a little bit of light rain, maybe the odd heavy shower come the afternoon over the far south of Scotland, perhaps northern England. Small chance of a shower across central parts of England and Wales too, but here generally another very warm day, maybe peaking at 29 Celsius, but it will be turning cooler by Thursday across the north.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your-say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. That's State of the Nation every Monday and Tuesday at 8 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
please bring us up to date.
Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christys tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christys tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good evening. It's me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, on State of the Nation. Tonight, Donald Trump, messiah or maniac, as the US president reaches his 100th day in office, the day after Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney swept to victory following discontent over Donald Trump's suggestion that Canada could be the 51st state. We'll look back at 3 months coloured by tariffs, the Ukraine war and a migration crisis. Is it time our leaders followed suit? Migrant sex offenders are set to be stripped of refugee protections as the government finally seems, at least to be pretending, to clamp down on abuse of our asylum system. But is it all for show? Former Home Secretary Suella Braverman will join me live in the studio to discuss this.